welcome everybody to the Onward VR Master League. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's, and I am joined by a large desk of co-hosts for today's pre-show action. Going down the line, started off with Xandria. Welcome to the stream, Zan. How are you today?
I'm doing just great. How about yourself?
Excellent. Looking forward to the action. TFH on the desk. How are you?
Pretty good. Ready for more action.
Sleepy with 2 3s joining us for just the pre-show, giving us a little insight into what SMC is going to bring. How are you doing today, Sleepy?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Vivian, Control Flirt Delete, also joining us. How are you today?
I am swell and not at all tired.
It's an early morning for Onward, but it'll be a long day, so there'll be plenty of it. Wookie, last but not least, how are you doing today, bud?
Doing good. Still waking up, but I'm looking forward to the games today.
Yeah, an early rise for a vast majority of us over here on the West Coast. It is nice and bright and early for the Onward action, but it's going to be some good stuff, and it's worth waking up this early to catch. For those of you just tuning in, maybe unfamiliar with what will be going on today, that would be interesting. But we have the Challenger Cup A and B already completed. That happened last weekend. That is where teams ranked 8th and below duked it out for a chance at being seeded into round robin Group B. They then fought it out in the Challenger Cup final, Groups A and Group B winners duking it out. They did that last week, and the winner of that was Blaze. So that means that for round robin Group B, Blaze will be joining us this weekend today. Yesterday we had round robin Group A go down. The winners of that, spoiler alert if you haven't tuned in, are Silent Purge and Beginners. Took me a second there. And we are going to get our decided 2 teams from Group B today. That's what we are tuning in for today. Round robin Group B. What that means is that each team in this group will face off against one another, and at the end of the day, the team with the most wins, the 2 teams with the most wins, will be advancing to our semifinals, which are on May 16th, next weekend. This group stage is pretty stacked, if you really... I mean, so was yesterday's with Vikings, Beginners, Silent Purge, who's our last one? G-Men. She's my own team. But today we got Globochem, SMC Tactical, Blaze, and Boss Fight. And I'll go to you first, Todd. What are your initial expectations out of Group B today?
Well, we've got a pretty gnarly Group B today. As you said before, we've got the likes of Globochem and a lot of other great teams. So plenty of top-tier action is guaranteed for us today, and plenty of surprise as well. Keep in mind, last season Globochem got knocked out here, so we might see that again and kind of have the whole world turned upside down.
Yeah, I mean, just yesterday we saw the number 2 team worldwide, Vikings. They were seeded first in their Group A. They did not qualify as well, so certainly a possibility for these top teams to end up having some bad games. Xandria, I'm curious on your thoughts as well. We didn't have you on the desk yesterday, but what do you think we should be expecting out of Group B today?
So I like to stick with the numbers a little bit, and I was just looking the history from this season. I mean, we have Globochem with 14 wins to 1 loss, and nobody else is even really close to those kind of numbers. So, you know, unless Globo really fumbles in the competition today, or maybe everybody else has some secret strats that, you know, they haven't pulled out in the main season, you know, I think it should go to Globo.
Yeah, Globo definitely a favored pick for at least one of those slots, but you got to wonder who's going to come out on top for that second place position. Between SMC, Boss Fight, and Blaze, it's a pretty stacked group. And Wookie, I'm curious, who do you think? I mean, do you think Globo is going to be in there? And then who do you think is going to be our other? I mean, what do you think of that other number 2 spot?
I'll be honest, this is even more difficult to decide today than it was yesterday because, we have Globo, Blaze. I mean, there's so many good teams on the table here. But you know, I might. I don't know.
I'm not gonna ask you to pick yet. I'll give you some time to think about it. But
okay.
you know,
Dude, I don't know. Give me a minute because I am excited to see what happens today.
Yeah, it is going to be a very engaging Group B, that's for sure. And I'll go to Sleepy, who is going to watch his team duke it out over on Master Leagues 2, at least to start, against Boss Fight. How do you feel your team has prepared? Are they ready? Do you think they're going to be able to take on the likes of Globo and the teams that are in this group stage?
Yeah, I think they're ready. They're confident at the very least, and that's important to have because things can change so quickly in these final stages of the tournament. So being able to adapt is probably going to be one of the key things for them. So I think they'll be fine with that. It's just a long day of playing Onward. Most of the time, you want to be able to play for a few hours, but end up having to call it a bit early sometimes because the lobby will die and there may not be too many other lobbies up at the time. So, a lot of these guys sometimes yearn for marathon play, but I think they're definitely ready. We'll see what they've got. It's a tough group, as has been said many times already on the desk, and I think they have what it takes to at least come into one of those top 2 spots for sure. But it's really anybody's shot.
And just to kind of to give a little insight for those that maybe aren't familiar with what sort of it takes to be at this level. I mean, how many? I've seen a lot of scrims getting played. Are you like, how many scrims have you guys played the last week to get prepared for this?
I don't know. I'd say we've had a scrim just about every practice. So I'd say 3 in this last week, maybe just 2.
Okay.
No, because I think the guys squeezed in kind of a put together scrim last night, so they got a little bit more practice in there as well. So. Yeah, I mean, they've been putting in the work, so, hopefully that reflects in the gameplay today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we just had a lengthy interview from Control Flirt Delete with Boss Fight. How do you feel? Do you think they're ready for this group stage? Do you think that their camaraderie is there? Are they going to be a team that's going to be competing for one of these top spots?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm thinking here is that Global Chem, of course, they are still the force to be reckoned with, right?
Right.
SMC Tactical, the cool thing about that team right there is that they're still a great team, but they have a different roster that still meshes well. So it really depends on how they come together. I mean, it's a little bit of cats and hats in SMC. So it's a mixed bag, but they all work really well together. And I'm excited to see how Trip is going to captain that team today. But Boss Fight and Blaze, they have something very, very special here. It's pretty much the same roster as last season too, and they have such great chemistry. They really do. Not that the others don't, but like these guys have had it for a while. And so, I mean, not only have they met all in person and everything, they just have really, really good, strong friendships there that I think will make today fun, and they can count on each other too. So I think that's going to really be important because it's not like your usual match. It's every point matters, every round matters, and I think it's going to come down to 1v1s here on just who gets the luck of the draw in some rounds.
Yeah, it's going to be a real toss-up, and with that toss-up, I love to get our predictions from everyone on the desk, and I've given Wookie quite a bit of time to prepare for this, so we'll start with him and work our way back up. Wookie, who do you think is going to be 1 and 2 for today in Group B?
Been scrimming SMC, and they have been playing extremely well, so I would not be surprised to see SMC take either the 1 or 2 position here. And so have Blaze. Blaze have been playing really well. And I don't know, like, I feel like, I played last season in the semis or the round robin, and we were able to help other, knock out Globo and a couple other teams that you think would be at the top. Like, this tournament is sort of a meat grinder when it comes to match after match after match, and I don't know if the top teams really survive that kind of format sometimes, like as evidenced by beginners getting knocked out or almost getting knocked out yesterday and Vikings getting knocked out. So yeah, I think Blaze and SMC are gonna take it home.
Okay, Blaze and SMC. Sleepy, I think I could guess yours, but who are you coming out with 1 and 2 today?
I'm gonna say SMC boss fight.
Wow, okay. So 2 predictions with no Globochem in that top 2. So we're thinking maybe they'll get knocked out here. Interesting. TFH, who are you going with today?
I'm going to go all in on Blaze Globo.
Okay, I can respect that. Xandria?
I'm gonna say Globo boss fight.
Okay. And last but not least, Control Flirt Delete.
I'm going in alphabetical order. Boss fight and Blaze. Loophole.
Sure.
No, I think that it's a toss-up. So I'm really going with the last 2 people who, the last 2 teams who interviewed.
Favoritism getting demonstrated here. if you do interviews, she'll love you more, as you should. And then for me, I think I'm gonna have to go with. I like Globochem. I don't see them not performing today. Certainly is a possibility. Like we said, they've got knocked out in this stage of the game before, but they're looking really good this season. Only lost 1 game, and that was to G-Men, who have already been defeated in Group A. So they're not even going to be facing off a team that has managed to get a W against them. So I'm going to put them at 1, and I think I'm going to go with Boss. I want to go SMC. I want to go with NA. I'm going to go NA heavy predictions because we got an EU side for Group A. I'd like it to be an NA side for Group B. Although Boss Fight, I do think they have potential to be challengers for that 2nd spot. I think Blaze is going to have a tough time today, but hey, Silent Purge, the bottom seed of Group A, were number one champs in Group A. So, like we've said, anything can really go here. I think we are going to prepare for the games, so we will be dropping off here for a few minutes. If you do want to know where the action's going to be cast, I can tell you. Right here on Master League 1 for round 1, we will be watching Globochem and Blaze, and on Master League 2, they'll be watching SMC Tactical and Boss Fight. For round 2 over here on Master League 1, we'll be watching Globochem and SMC Tactical, and for round 2 on Master League 2, they'll be watching Boss Fight versus Blaze. And for round 3 on Master League 1, we'll be watching SMC versus Blaze, and on Master League 2 for round 3, it will be Globochem versus Boss Fight. So some pretty good matches across the board on both channels. Recommend you get the multi-stream up, open, and live. Will be good to be able to watch both of the games unfold before you and root on all 4 of these squads today, because it is a pretty big toss-up. That will be it for us for now. Obviously, be sure to tune back in here in probably about 15 minutes, where we will be diving into the first round of Group B. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. All of my casters here on the desk will be joining you, and we'll be coming back for a final recap of the day. Don't go anywhere. More VRML action, Group B, coming at you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Season 9 Group B Round Robin. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I will be your host alongside my co-caster, TFH. How are you today, Todd?
Oh, I am doing great, and we've got an even greater matchup today, don't we?
We have a lot of great matchups today, that's for dang sure, but we're going to start it off with one that I think a lot of teams are curious to see how this will go down. Globochem versus Blaze. This is definitely a tossing Blaze into hot water right out the gate. They are our round robin, or excuse me, our wild card qualifier. So they weren't able to get up into that. They actually were ranked 8th, which is interesting to think about, I suppose. They were in that 8th rank, and so they managed to just maintain that and get seeded as the 8th overall worldwide. And now they're forced to go up against Globochem. They had the benefit of being home the whole time in the wild card, but now that advantage goes to Globo in this group stage because the highest seed is always home. Which kind of leads us into our pick bans. We are getting our lobby filled up. Todd, what do we got on the pick bans today?
Well, coming out from Blaze, we have a ban of Quarantine 1, which is, it's weird because that's actually one of their stronger maps. So they just don't want to play that today. Globochem ban Suburbia. That's kind of a common ban. We see a lot of top tier teams just sick of Suburbia. They don't want anything to do with it. They played it too much. Everyone knows exactly what happens there, and they just don't want to risk it there.
I also think it's probably a little bit of the unknown, right? The chances of being shot through bushes and all of the potential spaces that you can get pre-fired down out of spawn. There's a lot of inherent risk on that map. And Blaze, in particular, is a fast-playing team, and so you put them on a map like Suburbia, and they can really overwhelm before you're able to situate and prepare yourself for the push. So not a crazy ban to see there. Does leave us with a bit of a longer range map pool, although there is still some close quarters maps. Still have the likes of Downfall and Snow Peak on the table here, so we'll see what we get into for map 2, because map 1 is looking like it's going to be Bazaar.
Yeah, and this is I'd say it's a pretty balanced map. It has both the range and the close quarters aspects. Personally, one of my favorite maps, and I think Globochem share that very same sentiment. They're the ones who actually chose this map, so I wonder if there's some master planning involved with it. Blaze are also a very good team on this map as well, so this is going to be... I can't really decide if this is going to go one way or the other.
I think hopefully it'll be a good bit of a back and forth to start off the group stage, but, I wonder if maybe it's because they've seen some strats that they liked yesterday. We had a lot of Bazaar. I think almost every set there was a Bazaar being played on both channels. I don't think it was a avoided map, and we nearly always had a Coyote objective, which looks like the objective that we will be starting this map with. So, kind of a crazy way to kick off this group stage, right? Globo versus Blaze with an objective that as of yesterday was capped on nearly every time. A little bit of risk, right?
This is Globochem's time to cap it if they really want to. And, old school Globochem, Arsenic days, we would not have seen the cap come out. But new school, we see them cap all the time. So I definitely don't think that a cap is out of the question on this round.
It is a hard-to-defend objective that we'll be starting off with, one that some teams have tried to entirely avoid playing, but it's not a viable strategy in the VRML. You have to be able to compete against an enemy team on every objective in a map, and if you're not effective on an objective, you need to practice it and get better. Hone in those strategies so that you don't have any issues with any single spot, because just one weak point, one weak objective that you have can mean a map loss.
Yeah, and just the pressure is on here. Globochem, if they want to be able to secure themselves away, it's the finals here, which they weren't able to do last year. They got to win as many of these rounds as possible. They don't have to get it perfect, but getting as many maps in the bag going to help them a huge amount.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is the opportune time to kick off the group stage for GlobalChem with a 2-0 lead. They're up against the lowest seed in the group. It is the wild card qualifier, so they've been playing a lot. And, you got to wonder if maybe that'll actually help out Blaze because they've been playing so much over the last few weekends. They are honed in and locked in as a team. GlobalChem has essentially been sitting around for a couple of weeks now, and we're going to find out which team is more prepared as we hop into round 1 on map 1 of Group B.
And while everyone's setting up, I just want to make this one little point. These teams have the opportunity to set up who they go against. We know that it's going to be either Silent Purge for whoever's gets second in this tournament, this specific bracket, I should say, and beginners for whoever gets first. So just keep that in mind as we go through these things.
Pretty loose Blaze, joking around, getting into their set positions. Wow, this is a interesting defensive setup, isn't it?
Yeah, very on-objective defense. Blaze just don't want the cap to go through. I think they'll take anything but that, and I think the defensive setup of that clearly shows that.
We saw something similar, but it was on a different objective out of beginners, where they tucked into these little outside courtyards on the back of Kayat, but they are really stacked on objective. GlobalChem isn't going to run into a single defender this whole time, and you can see they are cautious. Thunder and Otto kind of slowly peeking these corners, because these are positions that beginners like to take, and obviously all these teams watched yesterday. No information as of yet for this GlobalChem team, though. No shots fired. Everyone is going to be this is going to be a crazy round. These guys are going to be fighting on top of objective.
Yeah, Blaze are just opting to fight off GlobalChem when the range is in their advantage. Blaze are a bunch of close range brawlers. They're not really so much of a team of, snipers like GlobalChem are. Or, we don't see them as well in that ranged aspect, and maybe that is why they banned Q1 in the first place, is because they just didn't want to have to deal with sniping. And their defensive strategy really shows that they don't want to see anybody on GlobalChem until they're 5 feet apart.
Keeping it very tight, and we talked about just before the start of this game, this objective was kept on nearly every day yesterday, every round yesterday. Clearly, Blaze here are innovating. They are trying to put in a strat that I've never seen. I've never seen a defense this tight on objective on Kayat. Everyone tries to spread out. They try to find picks in these courtyards. They try to find picks over on the west side. They don't really sit on the objective and wait for the smokes and the nades to come in, and that is what's going to happen. This GlobalChem team is going to have all of their utility available. And you can use deductive reasoning, right? If you've cleared out every position but objective, that's where they have to be.
Yeah, and going on the thing where he said almost every round of this was capped on, keep in mind, one of our fellow casters is down there, and I'm pretty sure he knows exactly what happened yesterday as well.
Very true.
Noman is very in tune with these kinds of things, and I don't think he wants his team to get capped on.
Smoke's coming in, yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like GlobalChem is acting too much on them. They're kind of like a diversion smoke. Oh, let's talk about that smoke for a second. That one landed in the window, wow. One of those smokes just went through the window into the building. Just either that's luck or well placement. I don't know what that is, though.
Nade gets tossed. A nice one that nearly catches out Izzy or Bart. Stays alive. Able to push in. Silent finds the shots through the smoke. Was waiting for that push to happen. A nice pickup there. And he does immediately rotate off from that spot. Noman also getting a little antsy. Might give away his position to Otto, who's slowly inching in.
Thunderpilot's also making his way on in, too. He's going to check for Silent's position. Nothing's there, so he has to rotate back around. Silent's already rotated to a position where he can hear Thunderpile. And knowing how Blaze are, ooh, Krause on beep. Blaze are a very vocal team, so the chances are probably can hear. What on earth is going on? Verds and Thunder were just chilling behind the desk, and Thunder didn't see him. Did you see that?
No, I was watching Mix push in from the backside, catches out Noman. Otto's upstairs on the second floor, punching in the code. Silent not reacting quick enough. Otto should be able to secure the Silent is trying to charge to the stairs. Otto still hasn't punched in the code, has to pull out his rifle, has to defend, can't get the cap, gets the kill. Globochem only secure themselves with one.
I have so many questions about what was in the mindset of these teams.
Obviously, they're pushing into the objective. Chaos kind of ensues. The smokes, the commotion there. I'm not sure what happened over on the inside. 2 kills going down to the 1, but the push was coming in from the back. That's where we were focused. He charges in through the stairs. No real coverage there, and had an opportunity to cap on objective, but just didn't quite secure it.
Well, now Globochem are going to have to defend from the same onslaught, and Blaze know how to bring the action, so it's going to be pretty crazy.
Bit of a break here between rounds, about a minute and a half for each team. And so clearly, I mean, that was honestly probably the best case there for Blaze. To not allow a cap on that objective is such a challenge. And their defense was set up to deny it. It just, for some reason, didn't end up working out for them.
Yeah, the cap was just way too slow, and I think Globochem was allowing Silent to live as long as possible just to let that cap go through.
Right.
But once Silent got up into that room, they knew that they just had to shut that down.
About to hop back into the action for round number 2 of the day. Still here on Kaya.
We're going to see a bit more of a spread out defensive setup coming out of Globochem this time. At least compared to the very on-objective presence that Blaze has just put out, but looks like Blaze are going to try to put out that same presence just on the other side of the story.
I don't know what that means, but they're charging up through the center. Plenty of smokes deployed out here in the middle of Bazaar. Suppressive fire coming in. No rotation out of the Globochem defense as of yet, but this is a fast push coming in from Blaze. Otto gets scooped up. Excuse me, Otto finds Zero, who was a little bit over-aggressive inside that building. Didn't ID Otto right away. Verd's trying to charge in here. He's going to have to challenge Mixologist.
And Krausel is able to find one, but he gets shut down as he makes his entrance on in. Blaze is just trying to bring the aggression, but in the process, they have decimated their own team. Now it's all up to Noman to make something of this objective.
Definitely a nice attempted play there. They wanted to heavily smoke out objective, have Noman with suppressive fire.
Oh, they're all dead. Every last one of them.
Realizing his whole team is gone after checking his pad, but he has managed to pick off 2, so it is a 1v3. And the defense definitely staggered onto that north side. If he comes in through the center, finds Otto, he has an opportunity to kind of run up these stairs and be a threat on objective.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to opt to actually go to the north side where that he exactly said the defense was staggered. So this is going to be, he's making his life harder for himself. Honestly, that's all he's doing right now, but he doesn't know it.
Yeah, I mean, he's using information that he has in front of him. He's, well, seen his team die, so he's well aware that pushing in through the center is defended effectively, and even with those smokes, they're getting picked up, so I suppose he figures that rotating around here to the north will be a better option. It might work. This objective, man, there's so many possibilities. If Noman can just find a pathway into that Kayat building, it makes it a whole different story, and so we'll see what he's able to bring out here. He might be able to clutch this for his team if he can find some key pickups.
Yeah, it's currently a 1v3, so the odds are stacked against him, but we have seen Blaze pull it off before. And to be able to assert that on-objective presence, you can force the rotations to try to force Global Chem into really awkward positions. And then find the pickups.
Slowly inching his way across the North Street. He's going to have to deal with Thunder first. Otto, I think that is Izzy over there, patiently waiting on opposite ends of objective, and so they're going to be able to easily pinch down on him if he can get past Thunder's defense on this courtyard. Yeah,
and Thunder's just holding a really good spot. That tree base it's such a hard spot to peek because he's hanging out right behind there. No one's got to quickly glance around. He doesn't see Thunder, and Thunder will attack Lobo in the second round.
That was going to come down to him getting lucky. He'd have to rotate around that corner while Thunder looked in the opposite direction, because Thunder was covering two angles there. But doesn't quite secure it. And I mean, I think that whole push really was kind of relying on Global Chem making a mistake. And they didn't really make a mistake. They held on to that objective. They effectively defended against the smokes. They picked off all four of the Blaze team that was trying to enter in through the center, and despite them being pretty spread out, which looked honestly like there was some serious gaps in that coverage over the on objective, you know, their defense works out.
Yeah, now we go on to, we go on to another pretty crazy objective where we see pretty crazy plays come out on. It's the East Market, and I think we're just having all the capable objectives in a row now, right?
Yeah, we're hitting it. We're starting it off this series with a bang, that's for sure. Starting off with some very tough to defend objectives, and Globochem here with a 2-0 lead. They might be looking at this objective and be thinking a cap opportunity is available and come out with map 1 4-0.
This will definitely be huge for Globochem to start off with such a decisive win if they can start off, get that momentum going in their favor, and be able to kind of ride that mental attitude.
They've got momentum going, that's for sure. We'll see if they can keep it going as Blaze shifts to the defense for round 3.
There is no quick spawn from Globochem this time, so we're gonna have to walk the extra distance, but they can still get aggressive nonetheless. It's just a little bit more risky.
Does leave some potential early shots for Blaze here if they do peek this street, but doesn't look like Cryo or Zero are going to get that overzealous. They're just going to tuck into their respective defensive positions and hold on to those. Noman on the stairs might find action. He keeps peeking up over, but he's not getting too far on those stairwells, and it probably will come down to Verds. We'll find the first bit of action as Globochem make their way into Kayat.
Yeah, and Globochem are pacing themselves here. They've been doing really well, but Blaze have been putting up a decent defense, and I think Globochem are definitely respecting that. Izzy Verds are converging on each other's angles right here. We know Izzy likes to use that snap turn, and it might prove to be an asset in this case, but no, she is not aware of the Verds positioning, and Verds will scoop up one for Blaze.
Still have Mix here, though, and honestly, Verds might be able to find a second pickup if he peeks through that second floor window.
Yeah, he has to get the angle just right, though. It's a little tough in VR because you can't... We take it for granted in real life, but you can't lean over a ledge in VR. It's just... the body mechanics in the game just don't work that well that way. And it can make it a little hard at times when you bring the verticality into the game.
Noman finding Thunder Pilot in the middle of Bazaar. Nice pickup there from the stairs. Still have Mix making his way in, but I think Verds now is aware of this as he hears those footsteps beneath him.
I think Mix can also hear Noman talking to his team. Noman's a pretty chatty bunch. I think all of Blaze really are, but we kind of see a bunch of teams kind of choose to value the comms over stealth. So some teams will go like virtually with no comms and just crouch around the entire map, just trying not to be heard. And some teams just don't care. They would rather convey the information and communicate a pushed effort.
Verds and Mix exchanging fire. Mix misses the shots, and Verds able to find the headshot. That's 3 down for GlobalChem. Blaze really doing a good job of shutting down GlobalChem's momentum.
Yeah, GlobalChem are definitely taking this objective a lot slower, and when they were getting really aggressive on the first objective, granted, it was the first objective, and it does lend itself to the Marsoc a little bit more than this one does, but I think bringing the intensity to Blaze is what made them capitulate the first round.
Beep boop up, inching his way in to the same position that Mix found his demise. See if he ends up challenging the stairs, or if he instead decides to kind of peek out middle courtyard. He'll still have to deal with Noman, who has a bit of an angle if he decides to peek up higher like he is right there. Or Silent Night, and now everyone knows Beep Bop. Boop's underneath Verds here. Verds might be able to find an angle on the retreat.
Ooh, there it is. Verds able to scoop up another good one for the Blaze boys. Now GlobalChem is just one member, and that is Otto, the team captain. And the thing that kind of strikes me as really interesting about this GlobalChem push is we talk about this before in a lot of casts where a lot of teams look so strong coming into an objective, but then they stop and then they just trickle in members as they go. And against a team like Blaze, each one of their members can hold their own in a battle extremely well. So just trickling in members is just a waste. You gotta unify a push. You gotta coordinate it, and you gotta push it at the same time to bring that pressure.
Yeah, not really a GlobalChem style of push there, and it might have been maybe just a bit of a false confidence after really doing great on those first 2 rounds. Maybe getting a little overzealous on round 3. Otto here does find Cryo Cell, so he's whittling away at the East defense. He still has to deal with Zero, who's really patiently waiting tucked in. He finds Silent Night on the backside, still hasn't picked up Zero, who spots Otto out, finds that kill, and gets Blaze on the board.
A bit of banter coming out from Zero. Yeah, the Globo offense on that one is just... it was not up to par. I don't think that they were strategizing there at all. They were definitely just playing pub lobby style, and it really wasn't working out that well for them. Blaze really trounced on that round because they held their angles, they held their positioning, they didn't do anything funky, they didn't send any flankers out. Because Global Chem are a good team. They can shut down flanks because each and every single one of Global's members are really skilled players. So sending one man out as a waste would not have been in Blaze's favor. I think Blaze understood that going into that round. Well, Blaze are going to have the quick spawn for round 4, and oh man, they are going to love this one.
We'll see if they decide to utilize it. They definitely readied up quick too. That was not the full minute and a half that some of these that they've been taking. And yeah, they're gonna play this one fast. They're using this fast spawn. They're charging in with smokes. They're running straight up the center. And if this pays off, if they find the picks, this is gonna be Global Chem caught with their pants down. Mixologist is still here. Preps the C4, finds 2, a huge C4 deployment. Grabs 2 on objective. They're still charging in. Mike Crook able to pick off Silent Night. Verd's now going to try and challenge Mix near objective. The smoke's not quite going far enough to blind OBJ, but rotations are coming in. Everyone crashing around now. Back onto objective. Mixologist goes down on OBJ. This is going to force rotations. Beat Boop Bots coming in hot through the smokes. Verd's patiently waiting. Finds another. Now it's suddenly a 2v2.
Yeah, now, oof. Verge tries to go in for the cap on the staircase, but Thunderpilot was just watching that angle. Zero makes his attempt in as well. He's tablet out. Thunderpilot's going to shut that one down. Global Chem will go with 3rd point.
Solid job, Global Chem there, defending what was a very hard push from Blaze. And clearly Blaze is trying to surprise the likes of Global Chem. They're trying to catch 1 or 2 out that are on objective and then push in, and they just haven't been able to find those forward picks. The Global Chem's doing a great job of having their forward defenders staying alive and finding kills. Mixed with a double C4. If that doesn't happen, I think it's a Blaze cap, potentially. They have 4 inside objective while Global Chem has to rotate inside of it. So certainly a interesting, I mean, you know, Global Chem should be expecting that this style of play now from Blaze, and for them to still, you know, spread out their feelers, put out their defense to the east and the west and the north, and rely on their few front-facing defenders is impressive.
And I hope you remember what I said about Bazaar just lending us all the capable objectives, right? Well, guess what? Probably the 3rd most capable objective on Bazaar is up next, and Global Chem are going to have the opportunity to attack it first.
Yeah, hasn't been made easy for Blaze, that's for sure. They've had some tough objectives to start their Volk sides off with, and you know, they managed to really nicely defend from Global Chem last round. We'll see if this round they can hold on. I mean, they lost when they've been trying unique strats. You know, they tried a unique defensive strat. They've tried 2 very fast offensive pushes. Those have been shut down by Globo, but the standard defensive setup has worked, so they should be able to hold off this onslaught from Globo, but we'll see what happens as we hop into round number 5.
Plenty of pre-fire coming out from Thunderpilot this time around. Looks like Global Chem are going to bias themselves to actually a north approach. They have to rotate all the way around the map to set that up, but they have no quell with using up their time to make sure that they have a good approach.
Shots coming in from south end. Otto just putting out a little suppressive fire, drawing the eyesight and the attention of the Blaze team over here to the south. If you look at your overhead, you do see a little bit of a rotation here from one of those north defenders. He's come to just kind of cover an angle through the south window.
And we are seeing a pretty standard Blaze defense as well. Ghana got that diversity or the spread coming out, trying to just watch all the different lanes that the approach can come from. But just enough that Blaze have the option to rotate back if the manpower on objective goes down.
Mixologist, probably the most forward Globochem attacker here, is looking for some action in mini courtyard, but no real defensive positioning is set up here, and everyone's kind of shifting to push in through this center area. They've dropped off of the north. There is still one that is over there. Surprised Cryocell hasn't seen Mike Crook yet, or maybe he has. It was just the shield that was denying him the kills.
Could be opting to wait for the shield to come a little closer, so Cryo has the opportunity to try to flank around or use utility or something, but Otto finds Noman.
I think Noman was getting a little over aggressive inside blue room, trying to find the pick. Silent Knight able to deny Otto any more angles there. That's a nice pickup, turning it back into a 4v4, but Globochem is nicely positioned inside mini courtyard. They're ready for an attack on objective.
Yeah, just waiting for the smokes to come on out and put the pressure on Blaze. Burst is in a great spot to get a flank on. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him and Cryo to be able to shut this down when they try to start crossing the street.
Whole Globochem team poised for an attack. A great smoke and a pickup from Thunder. Gets them another one. Mike Crook with shield here is still waiting. Verd's able to find one that gives his position away, though. Mike and Mix are rotating around. Thunder goes down to another rotation from Verd's. Cryocell trying to deny the backside moves from Mix and Mike. Those don't get shut down. They're still alive and well. They're the only two of Globochem alive and well. Silent and Verd's still here to defend. Verd's able to find one. Silent Knight looking for the refrag. Can't find it. Mix with a great pickup. Verd's trying to peek around corners. Can't find Mix as Mix rotates in. We're into a bit of a 1v1. 2:15 on the clock. Plenty of time to work with for either one of these players.
Mixologist spots out Vert. He has the option to shoot underneath the car. Flash goes out. But now the rotation is going to come in from Mixologist instead. He's not going to try to aggress that and moves along the north street. And he's just trying to get a visual what's going on here. He thinks that Verds is rotated closer to the objective when Verds is really just trying to corner him off by watching the angle. Now Verds makes his rotation to the objective. I think he's worried that Mix might be on objective. Now he's rotating back because he was just able to get that confirmation.
He should have an accurate kill count. He killed everyone in this round.
Yeah, Verds is just one of those wild cards for Blaze. He doesn't really follow strategy. He just kind of he beats to his own drum, and it works really well for Blaze.
Oh, the position he was set up in was certainly a good one.
Yeah, where he was before definitely would have gotten him that kill right now, but ooh, he's being really noisy and. Wow, the trade happens, but Globochem will be the victorious
ones. Jeez. You want to talk about a point of controversy. How does that go to Globochem? Mix died, and Verge was still resable. If you're going to pick a winner, I don't know about that.
There's no one there to res him, so they all will die in the end.
I suppose. And in a weird bit of a trade, goes to Globochem 4-1. I'm sure we'll have some folks in chat giving me a logical reasoning to why this happens, but an unfortunate trade goes into the favor of Globo. For Blaze, at least it's unfortunate. For Globo, certainly a nice way to kick off your first map of the day, going up 4-1. Granted, I think Blaze did a good job of making it difficult for Globochem, and so if Blaze can just bounce back, they can thrive in the chaos that they were trying to create on bizarre that they can create a lot easier on Cargo, which is going to be map 2.
And this is one of those maps that Blaze just exceeds on. They love to bring the aggression, and I don't think there's any better place to bring it than Cargo. So expect some really fast plays coming out of our Inferno boys.
You know, Global Chem are no slouches on Cargo either. They've been playing it a little bit here and there with teams that have been picking it against them, and they're very capable of also thriving in the chaos. Their communication and their teamwork makes it so that when heavy smokes, flashbangs, nade suppression is going out, they're still calm, collected. They trust in their teammates. They know who's alive for the most part, and they still do a good job of defending in the commotion. So we'll see if they're able to do that for this map, because I think that's the intention of Blaze, right? To just create chaos and find success within it.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any better objective to start off with chaos than the propane tank objective.
Yeah.
Just the sheer amount of smokes you could throw out, and you can we've seen this so many times. You can easily sneak someone in there and just sneak a cap in, and whether you can do it against Global Chem, you just gotta get really lucky. But maybe Blaze are just feeling lucky today.
Be ready to help me at tunnel if they come that way, because they might.
Okay, let me know.
Plenty of smokes go out to start off the round. Free fire going down the pipeline lane. Noman is dodging bullets as we go, but the push is going up past the midpoint. Cryo and Silent Knight are going to push up. Cryo finds Mixologist. Plenty of fire into that smoke there. He doesn't know exactly who's there, but Mixologist knows where Silent Knight is. He's on the hunt. He's going to go try to search around there. Silent's just not fast enough to run away from that now. Cryo is trying to look for Mixologist.
Zero's pad out. In the smoke, Zero's pad out, punching in the code.
Wow. And he's a quick cap, but he can't see through the smoke.
How much longer is this smoke going to last?
Maybe the smoke dying is exactly what he needs.
Wow.
No, he gave up on it. He gave up on it. Now he has to find Otto, but he can't hear it, but he's able to pull it off and at least salvage 1 point out of it.
Yeah, we heard a bit of a deep sigh there. I was waiting to see if we were going to hear some swearing or some sort of explanation for why that cap doesn't come in, but that's 2 points for Blaze that gets otherwise shut down. They still do start it off with a Marsoc W, and that's as good a way of any way to start off your map pick, right?
Yeah, being able to ride that mental momentum is just so huge, especially on a map like Cargo, where a lot of it comes down to the individual player, a bit more so than the strategy. And, how each and every single one of these players can duel each other can at least decide at least the initial stages of a Cargo round.
That was a great play on the side of Blaze. Nice smoke wall there all the way up to objective. Zero just sneaking past any defenders through that smoke. And, I wonder if the pressure was too much there. We saw, if you've seen some tweets from some of the players in the Master League, I think it was from Phantom's team Twitter. I mean, your hands are full shaking when you're trying to punch in a code if you have that pressure on, and that very well could have been what was happening there to Zero. He just couldn't enter in that code and decided to go for the kill instead.
It really just depends on what kind of a person are you. If you're really good with the numbers, and if you have like the mindset of being able to memorize stuff like perfectly, you are just. Capping is just like walking. It just becomes second nature. But for some people, they'll tell you themselves they're just not cappers, and Beatbop will not be letting Zero continue the objective today as he's able to shut down that rotation. Mike Crook is on the shield at the start. Look at the lasers. It's a light show. Thunder Pilot finds Verge. That's a huge pickup. So Verge is one of Blaze's best brawlers, and now Blaze are already down 3 members, and Global Chem have not been touched yet.
Globo relying heavily on the shield use from Mike Crook here into that first doorway. If they hadn't had him positioned there, it would have been a bloodbath because there was a lot of pre-fire going into that door. even nades coming in here as the smoke goes out, and an interesting little use of the smoke here as Otto tries to peek up through a little crevice. Silent Knight able to find Beat Bop, trying to go for objective, and this is the push coming in from Global Chem up through the center.
Yeah, being able to use that smoke as cover to kind of mask where the push is actually going to come from is so crucial to the slower but still aggressive push coming out from Global Chem. Mike Crook is mainly got a train behind him, and what they're doing is they're just trying to make sure that, you know, no flank can collapse in on objective. I think Global Chem are just looking for the single point on this one. Flash goes out, probably finds Silent, but Mike Crook will find that one. After he bait and switch that one. The res can come out onto Mixologist. Ooh, but Cryocell can come in at a very deadly time. He sees Mixologist. Thunderpile goes for that refrag. He's not able to successfully do that. Now it's all up to Mike Crook. He's able to pull that one off. Now we're into a 1v2. 2 members of Global Chem versus 1 member of Blaze.
Flash comes out. Noman should see that. Goes for the shots onto Otto. Can't find him. Otto able to shoot up over the top of objective and gets Global Chem their Marsoc win.
Yeah, the objective hitbox is a very interesting one. It can be used as full-blown cover, and we see some teams use that as specifically cover a lot, and it works pretty well. Those weird hitboxes allow you to kind of see through without really being shot, so it's interesting having literally rotating cover when the satellite dish on it is rotating and kind of phases what you can see in and out.
Yeah, it certainly does offer a extra level of protection, but either way, we're into a good bit of a back and forth here for our second map of the day. Blaze and Globo now tied up 1-1. Marsoc round apiece, and our next objective a little bit easier to defend. You don't necessarily have to be so forward or counter aggression as much, because you can afford to sort of sit back and wait for the offense to push into you. Curious to see if Global Chem will be doing that here on this objective, or they'll be getting a little aggressive themselves. I imagine they'll be at least expecting a very hard push from Blaze, because nearly every Marsoc, I think every Marsoc round so far today, Blaze has full send into the objective. They've dumped smokes, they've charged in, and it's paid off just once for them so far. We'll see if it can work out again as we get into round 3 of map 2.
Yeah, it looks like Global Chem are going to opt to use the full extent of the map to try to set up a defense, be able to hold those lanes, make sure that Blaze can't get across them. But Blaze are remarkably good at inserting themselves behind enemy lines, just through the cover of pure chaos.
Bit of a smoke wall coming out. The smoke's not exactly going where they need them to go. Granted, those ones are nicely rolled, but easily tossed out by the defense. Beep Boop Bop finds Cryocell into the center. Noman looking for the refrag. Silent Knight and team is actually what finds it. C4s detonate, no insta-kills. Verz gets res. Thunder's trying to charge in for the confirm. Finds Silent, finds another. That's a nice double pick for Thunder. Verz also going down there, and Blaze suddenly only have 1 left alive, and he's on the backside of objective. Noman's made it onto OBJ. Where is the defense here? Wow. Pads out on objective. Thunder's trying to crash in, trying to deny it from happening. Can he get it in time? He does.
No, he didn't. Global Chem got that one.
Yeah, Thunder did in time.
Oh, I thought you meant that he got the cap. My bad. Nice little rotation coming in there from Thunder, just able to shut down that capping opportunity for Noman. He applies the pressure. Just the footsteps alone can stop a man from capping in his tracks. Just to know that the aggression is there.
2 opportunities where Blaze has positioned themselves to cap. I mean, that could have been map 2 for them right there. If Zero punches in the code, if Noman gets the code, that is them taking a map from Globo Chem. And I don't think even they would have expected that as a possibility. This cargo pick, really an interesting one coming in from Blaze. They are doing a great job of making it very hard for Globo Chem.
And Blaze have just been getting lucky. They have nailed down like when to rotate with under the cover or under the noses of Globo Chem. I think that is the purest expression or purest use of that saying. And it's just been working really well for Blaze. Every single Marsoc round they've been on, they have managed to get a guy onto objective.
Yeah, Noman said one number. He was obviously close to getting that cap and couldn't quite get it in time. Blaze now looking to take their Volk round and keep things tied 2-2, but not going to be easy as Globochem go on the offense for round 4.
Yeah, a bunch of pre-fire already going out there. Blaze is just trying to make sure that they can keep Globochem cornered onto their side of the map. And it looks like Beep Boop has found his way across. Globochem are just opting right now to slow down the play a bit, trying to just find the picks before they make their move on in. Oh, the nade from Verge finds Noman. That is a big moment for Blaze, but Mike Cook's also able to get those confirms in as well on both Verge and Noman. Silent and Thunder Pilot will trade, and now we are into a 2v4 with 1 minute into the round.
Bit of unfortunate nade team killing there does really throw off the plays. We do have a flank coming in from Zero. He's on the backside, can't find Mike Crook. Otto able to scoop him up, and now there is only one left alive to defend. Really what Cryo just has to do is prevent the cap. If anything, fling himself out in front of some bullets. It's going to be a tough time for him to defend, especially with Mike with a shield making their main push.
Yeah, he's going to be able to identify Cryocell right off the bat. He's already pointed the right way. Oh, no! Cryo just finds that angle and is able to take down the shield. But just as I say that, Otto is able to find Cryo, and Globochem will take their 3rd point.
Globochem starting to run away a little bit with it. Granted, Blaze, like I said, could have been done with this map already if they had gotten their caps in, but the scoreline shows Globochem running away with their 2nd map of this group stage, positioning themselves to be at least rank 1 or 2 as we come out of this group. That's what all these teams are competing for. They just need to win in this group stage and they can move on to the semis. 2 teams will be done with their season at the end of today. And, you know, I'm surprised to see Globochem doing so well here today. Obviously, they have been scrimming, they've been practicing, they've been keeping fresh. Blaze have had, you know, a whole extra weekend of wildcard play. Maybe that has fatigued Blaze and Globochem has been able to rest and relax, but could be the other way around as well, right? Blaze could have used that time as practice, really, in preparation for what they're experiencing here today against Globo, but not really shaking out that way. Globo's doing a great job of putting up points.
And, you know, talking with the Blaze guys, they're honestly, I think they're just really happy to have been able to participate in the closed qualifiers.
Yeah.
That's really just their mindset. They knew that they were going to have a huge challenge if they got stopped. Otto was able to find Noman in the first 10 seconds of the match round, but that really slowed down Blaze's role here. They are not being as aggressive as they were before, but maybe they are changing up the strategy. Krause was able to get that revive, so now both teams are back up to a 5-man squad.
It's definitely a much tighter defense from Globo than we've seen in the past. They got all 4 right around objective, and Otto really shutting down any movement over here on this side. He does make it across through the smokes, and he could be a serious flank threat to this offense as they do start to make their way ever closer to Otto. Flashes come out. Cryo's sitting here waiting, and he should hear these footsteps from Otto. Nearly a team kill coming in there from Mix. Cryo tries to capitalize off of it, can't find the shots. Otto able to pick him up, and now Blaze down into a 4v3.
If Cryo was a little bit more aggressive on that push there, he would have caught Otto when he was sticking his needle in, so the timing just did not line up there. Beat Boop finds Silent Knight coming out of the tunnel. He finds Zero, finds Beat Boop on that refrag. The C4 goes off a little early. Mike Crook has to defend the objective. He's going to trade with Zero. Now Blaze is just one man versus 2 of the Globocam boys.
This is their only hope of staying in this series. It's all up to Verds to find these rotating Globochem defense, and doesn't quite spot out Otto. Stays undetected. Does find the back of Otto. A nice pickup there. Mix coming around looking for the refrag. Can't find an angle, and Verds is going to hold this. He has a lot of time to work with.
And he's holding such a good angle. He can see when Mix is going to come around that crate because of the double crate, so he doesn't have to worry about being shot. And the only angle he has to hold is the one where it comes around from that building that Mix is conveniently in. But he shoots anyway, so it doesn't really matter in the end. He's given away his position.
Yes, he has, and now Mix is dialed in to that doorway if Verds does decide to come out of that. He can't hold it for too long, though. As the lone defender, he's got to be aware of the potential for Verds to get in here and cap. I think he hears these footsteps.
Oh, yeah, he can. And the angle... Oh, just... I think... Wow, Verds is just moving around so quickly. He's trying to give Mix a headache for figuring out which side he's going to peek out of. But, ooh, Verds gets caught on a crate, and Mix is going to shut that one down. Globochem will take the 2-0.
A couple of 4-1s for the Globochem squad. Not necessarily shocking in this rank Seed 1 versus Seed 4 matchup, but, I mean... Yeah, I said it a couple times there. Blaze certainly could have taken this map. Definitely have some nice plays coordinated, some heavy, fast plays coordinated that almost worked out for them against the #1 team worldwide. So I'm not counting them out just yet. I think they're going to give the rest of the squads in this group stage a pretty good run for their money.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the Blaze strategy was really relying on those caps coming in. So the fact that those, kind of ran into a bit of a roadblock, kind of threw Blaze off and threw them off their game on both attempts. I think on the only 2 attempts that they had on Marsoc to really get onto the objective, and that's just where the cookie crumbled. But Globochem definitely coming out here with a really nice win that they very well deserved.
Yeah, did a good job defending against Blaze. Curious to see how Globo squares off against the rest of the group stage, which we will be getting into in a few minutes from now. We will be cutting to a brief intermission while we wait for the rest of, I think, for the SMC boss fight game to wrap up. And then we'll be hopping into round 2 of the group stage. We'll be having Globochem versus SMC Tactical here on Master League 1. And Boss Fight versus Blaze on Master League 2 for round 2. So be sure to tune in. We will be taking a brief break. Don't go anywhere. More Season 9 Group B action coming at you. welcome back, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League Round Robin Group B. We will be dropping into SMC Tactical versus Globo Chem. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, Todd. Todd, what are you thinking with this matchup for round 2?
Teams here. GlobalChem have already showcased their skill to us in the previous game of GlobalChem versus Blaze. GlobalChem definitively beating down Blaze in that one, even though I don't think the scoreline really matches what the effort was put into that. But SMC have been doing extremely well as well. So I'm leaning toward GlobalChem, but SMC are going to put up a heck of a fight.
Yeah, they got close to beating Boss Fight on their first map in round 1, and then they ended up doing it for round 2, and so certainly they are looking to be in some good form today, and you just gotta wonder if they're gonna be able to take it to GloboChem. You know, we saw some great moves from Blaze that worked against Globo, and if SMC come in to this right now, this matchup, you know, with some unique plays in mind, I think they have an opportunity to take at least a few rounds out of the hands of GloboChem. But I mean, Globo is looking good today too, right? 4-1 on both maps against Blaze. They never let down, even when they were at disadvantage. They didn't make it easy, and you just gotta wonder what's gonna happen here.
I mean, going back to that match though, they did have a hiccup on one of the Bazaar rounds where they kind of just let everyone trickle in, and Blaze just shut that down. So maybe SMC can capitalize on the small little mistakes that GloboChem will make and be able to get themselves a pretty decisive lead. They have 1 point already from the boss fight game. That was a tie. Yeah. So if I'm understanding how this works correctly, it's 1 point and 1 point. And so GloboChem have the lead right now because SMC were not able to definitively get that. But SMC have the chance to bring that back and take the lead right here.
Do indeed. We have pick bans in already. SMC banning Downfall and GloboChem banning Suburbia. So we are going to keep it relatively close quarters. I suppose we do still have Snow Peak as an option there if you want to go long range. But I'm assuming GloboChem, well, they can't pick into it now. They've picked their first map already. It is going to be Quarantine. And SMC just got done beating Boss Fight on this map.
Yeah, and I guess they're just going to roll with it and kind of keep the momentum going in their favor. Keep it to the same map. Kind of keep the mindset the same. And hopefully be able to carry the experience from Boss Fight over to GloboChem.
No, SMC just beat Boss Fight on this map. And GloboChem then picked it.
Oh, well, I guess, well, yeah, that is true. Yeah, GloboChem did pick it, but I guess it's just convenient for SMC.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting. You know, I'm sure that GloboChem had an opportunity to watch the later half of that round. Maybe they felt that they could do better than Boss Fight did against SMC, and they're going to use what little information they were able to get in those last few rounds to bring that into effect here. That certainly would be some quick analysis that would be required there if you wanted to be able to watch and then immediately bring what you saw into play. But GloboChem's a good team, and curious to see if they will be able to adapt fast enough to challenge SMC here on map 1. We have full lobby, both teams ready to rock. We should be hopping into the action pretty soon.
Yeah, and let's address the elephant in the room. GloboChem really have some good snipers on their team. They've got Mike Crook, who could just nail one-shots from across the map. This is the map that GloboChem really wants to play in. SMC, you know, they've already banned Downfall because they just don't like it, and I think the culture is in SMC to play the shorter maps. So this is going to be a tough one for them to start off on, but maybe we'll see a cargo come in on their pick.
Certainly an option. They have Suburbia off the table, so they can't go there. Tanker is still an option as well if they do want to try and shake things up, but Globo is great on Tanker as well. And we got Global Chem versus SMC here on Quarantine. About to go down. Round 1 begins now.
And SMC already starting off with a very difficult objective to defend. It's the Humvee's objective, and there is just no cover to take cover. And a matter of fact, it looks like SMC are going to be very far off of the objective and just try to hold the lanes, make sure that Global Chem don't have any access from a remote location.
Yeah, I think they're trying to catch out the north cross there initially. Mix taking some shots over in that direction, but nothing really finding purchase, and they are going to be able to at least get a little bit over into the north. They didn't move across as aggressively as maybe they could, but it seems like that's all planned on SMC side. Trip and Landon have positioned themselves where they're just going to wait for Global Chem to push out.
Yeah, and Global Chem on the counterpoint to that have also positioned themselves waiting for SMC to push out. So kind of we're in a bit of a Mexican standoff here. Just waiting for the first team to make the first move and see who gets the better of that. And it looks like that Mixologist will go up to the north side as well to reinforce that. Maybe Global Chem are thinking about doing a mid-match push, you know, something around the 3-minute mark, and try to accomplish it using at least some form of overwhelming force.
Maybe they're shell-shocked from Blaze getting so aggressive that they're anticipating a little aggression here from SMC. It's not quite coming out, and Global Chem has stacked up here on this roof. They are definitely going to be making their push along this north side, gain rooftop control, maybe send one in through the center. They do still have Otto on the back there. He could easily be kind of a linchpin for their plan. He could push in through the center while the commotion goes down in the north. Potentially cap under the nose of SMC. I'm sure SMC will at least keep one on objective, though, so we'll see if that plan ends up paying out for him. I don't know if it will.
And now Global Chem have been able to put Mike Crook on the roof, and that is just bad news. That is his super strong spot. Like we said before, he is just an incredible sniper, and he's able to shut down rotations from any distance, especially on this map. So SMC are a little bit limited now in their movements, now that Mike has just total control of that.
SMC do seem prepared for it, though. Nobody is peeking out. No one is looking for early shots other than Landon here. Over on this side, he does find one, and now he has more information. There's other shooters here. Thunder gets Landon Jordan down. Trip's going to go for the refrag, go for the repeak. I don't think he knows that there's two here, Mix and Thunder, both with their lasers on the corner.
Yeah, Thunderpilot's been the louder one of the two here. He's been the only one to make shots, and from SMC's viewpoint, he's the only one that they really know about. SMC hasn't really peeked toward the tank to spot out Mixologist, and they know that Thunderpilot's there. Trip takes some pot shots at that, but Thunderpilot's able to radio that out to Mixologist. Maybe Mix can work with that information and get Global Chem an even further lead.
Little quick peek there from Thunder, draw out the shots from Trip. Those don't land, and now Trip's in a bit of a interesting spot. Thunder has some options. He can rotate all the way around north and end up flanking. That is covered by Captain Soda inside the hotel, so he's waiting for that. So Trip doesn't necessarily have to move here, and you know, as long as they stay tucked in, you can't cap from the roof. You know, you have to push down into this objective, and so if they have defensive positions where they're going to wait for the push to come in, those might be the most successful. Trip is able to catch out Mixologist rotating around the corner. Thunder's going to try and find the refrag on the opposite corner. Trip nearly lands a death shot, but Thunder goes unscathed, and now Global Chem into a 3v3. Sir Lucian very exposed to the plane wing here.
And Otto's able to pick up that one as well. We're into a 2v3, and this objective in particular is not an objective where you want to have that one-man disadvantage. It takes so much manpower just to defend it, and Mike Crook makes it even harder for SMC as he finds Captain Soda.
Now that SMC have lost a few on their objective to defend, they have to rotate, and Mike was just waiting for that all round, waiting for the rotation. Shenanigans able to determine where Otto is. Shots coming in from the sniper rifle onto him. Just miss over his head. He's able to get a heal off, stay alive. Finds the headshot onto Mike. Mike somehow snaps one final round off. Gets the kill, and Globochem with one left alive secure their Marsoc round.
And once again, we just get to see how deadly Mike Crook can be whenever that rooftop is uncontested. He just had free reign over anyone trying to make rotations around to reinforce the objective. And Globochem just really exceeded that mid game when they're able to, you know, when the objective is beginning to become a little squishy and people have to rotate back in order to reinforce it. And Mike just shuts that down. We are going into the second round. Globochem will have to defend a pretty tough objective. We've said this many times, and as a player, I cannot stress enough how difficult it is to defend this objective. It's probably personally one of my least favorite, just from the defensive positioning in general. But SMC, or I'm sorry, Globochem are going to have to find a way to defend this against a very aggressive team like SMC. And do it properly. Hopping into the round now.
Round 2 underway indeed. Globochem on the defense, SMC on the offense. We'll see if they're going to apply any early pressure here on this north side with this north spawn. Those look like they're going to try and cross the street. Mike should be able to identify that, as does Mix, and now Globochem well aware of the spawn for SMC Tactical. We're actually...
they are pushing very far out.
Yeah, we're seeing aggression from Globo here instead of SMC. Granted, Soda is charging up here. He's going to take control of the roof, but Beatbop is waiting for this.
Yeah, I think he can definitely hear Captain Soda's movements. And Beepbop's just holding his own position. He knows Soda has to move by him at some point, but it looks like Beep's going to try to toss a nade. Oh, it's a bad nade. Oh, no, it's a C4. I'm sorry. Yeah, it would have been a pretty incredible C4 kill if he was able to pull it off, but fortunately just didn't have that swing arm in effect. Some more smokes coming out from the Global boys. And it looks like Trip's going to try to contest that north side. Ooh, the trade from Landon on Mike. That is such an important trade. Two powerhouses on both teams are down.
Does force Beat Boop off of that backside. Not really defending the roof anymore. He's more concerned about the cross up through the middle. And there are two attackers positioned there to make that move. And so unless Captain can find this pick here, Beat Boop is going to be an effective defense.
We're seeing actually really surprisingly, I don't want to say non-aggressive, but methodical SMC Tactical. I think that's the word.
Yeah, they are certainly clearing every angle. Soda should, if he keeps this up, be able to find Beat Boop without Beat Boop being aware of the rotation. But I don't know if Soda's going to really hard check that wall there. I don't think he's assuming someone is there. He could get also an angle onto Otto, who's sitting prone on the other side of the tank. And here's the slow rotation. Doesn't see the head of Beat Boop, was just out of his line of sight.
And now Beep Boop has the perfect opportunity. No, Beep Boop doesn't see him either. He's pointed away, so
He still has there. He finally spots him, takes the shot. Soda able to find a pick. Otto coming in for a quick refrag, and Soda has a sliver of wall to tuck himself into. Able to avoid those shots, stays alive. Thunder Pilot on the backside, not making his move just yet. He's actually going to drop off and rotate back towards objective. The push is coming in here.
Now Thunder's definitely quarantined off Soda. Otto finds shenanigans.
Sir
Try to
Lucian
make his move up.
right here on objective. Does drop off a bit. Looks for the frag onto Otto behind the tank. He's going to have a tough time finding it. Meanwhile, up in the north, Thunder trying to defend against the two that want to come in from this north side.
Yeah, and the north push is coming out now. Thunder is gonna have the pressure on. Captain Soda is trying to watch the angle, but he doesn't exactly spot out Thunder Pilot in time. Now Trip has an idea where Thunder Pilot's position is, but Thunder Pilot is also very well aware of exactly where Trip is. He's rotated into a great little spot. And now it really just becomes who can spot who first. Otto and Lucian are just two opposite sides of the tank. Lucian's got a bit of an angle, though, or that he has to worry about, and Mixologist is going to be able to shut that down pretty easily. We see a lot of people making these very dangerous crosses crouched. I get that it's stealthy, but at times you think that you're going to want to minimize the time that you are exposed. Last man on SMC still alive. He's able to find Otto, but now Thunder Pilot is very well aware of the positioning. Strip has made a very loud rotation, so I'm not sure if the audio distance is big enough for Thunder to have been able to hear that rotation, but the possibility is certainly there. Thunder Pilot is just holding that mount. It's his best bit of cover that he's got aside from going around the corner, which he eventually does.
He's definitely got to hear these footsteps.
Yeah, Trip is running full marathon right now. Trip going across there. He tries to find the angle, but Thunder Pilot's able to shut that one down. Global Chem have not let SMC grab a single point on the board yet.
He must have heard you and done a... He obviously heard you there, Todd, because that was the opposite move there, right? He did try in full sprint around the corner and find that kill. He didn't really take his stealthy time, and you know, I agree with you that pushing in hard through the center would have been the right choice. I think there, Trip should have stealthed. He could have caught Thunder you know, Thunder was not watching that angle until he heard those audio cues from Trip, and you know, how do you know? We obviously have the foresight to see that there's someone on the other side of a wall, but if you're a player, all you can go off is information, gunshots. It's a lot of alternative things you have to be aware of.
I mean,
that, you know, a lot of information that we have that they don't, right?
I mean, for me personally, you know, caster vision is 20/20. It's interesting being both a player and a caster. I know you used to play too, so maybe you will have some reminiscence of this.
I can still kill you any day, bud. It's not used to.
I'm not trying to make this a competition.
I'll kill you any day, pal.
You got to think though. It's like when you're in a game, how many missed opportunities do you have that you just don't know about? Like, has that ever come to you? We're gonna hop into round 3 now.
A bit of a good bit of back and forth here, but SMC just not able to find the picks they need. Now they go on the defense. Globo getting that southeast spawn, and it doesn't look like they're gonna push too heavy up through the center. They're actually gonna take a long route, drop all the way back here on the other side of the street. and make their cross. And I think this is the right move to do. You get Thunder up into a position where he can get some nice angles down into objective. No one's really looking for this Thunder pilot position. And Thunder can put out suppressive fire here while they cross, so certainly a nice little prep here from Globo.
Yeah, and one of the things that really make Globochem the team that they are is just their late game is so impeccable. They just know how to brawl it out at the end, how to conserve, you know, their manpower and just stay alive to the final minutes of the round and then bring the action and just come in heavy against a team that has been, you know, worn out throughout the duration of a whole round. And it looks like 4 members of Globochem have been successfully able to make a cross. That's an exodus.
Yeah, nice job for them being able to get over here. No real angles down onto this street either. These smokes are going to allow them to, what looks to me like, free cross. Otto's walking the smoke across as well, and no shots are coming into it, so Globochem are going to be able to rotate up here onto this north side with very little contention.
Yeah, that's exactly where they want to be able to take. That rooftop is just such a valuable piece of property that Globochem will even risk the entire team getting mowed down in a cross just to take it. Oh, the nade! The nade finds Thunder Pilot from landing. It bounced off the roof, but it landed nicely. Wow.
He can't get, he could potentially, no, I don't think he has an angle to get that confirmed, so the res is available. That's a crazy cross to have to make to go get that res, to cross that street without any smoke, so it might not come in. And yeah, if Sir Lucian's here watching, I highly doubt they're going to invest one to cross the street and pick up Thunder.
He might be in a better spot tactically, just giving out callouts for the 2 minutes that he has to be on our mortal plane in VR. There are almost times, like, you know, from my own personal experience, where it's like, why did you res me? My callouts were so good.
One just went back south to North Glass for the res.
Ooh, he does get across. Landon's here watching, can't land the shots onto Otto.
And it looks like the res is going to come out too.
Did you get that?
What a risky saving private Thunder Pilot. Full effect. Otto was able to res his brother, and now Globochem's back in full force, and we're already past the halfway mark in the match, and no one's been definitively taken down until now. Mike Crook finds Trip.
Managed to get up on that dune and take those shots. Landon's trying to deny entry here. Gets picked up by Mix, making his slow play up through the courtyard. Now SMC are down to 3. Globochem's looking to pile on their lead and take a 3rd round right now as they're positioning themselves to crash onto objective. Mix taking control of roof is going to be a serious threat onto these defenders.
Yeah, that rooftop really negates how people can rotate back onto the objective, especially if your defense is as spread out as Shenanigans is. He almost finds Mike, but Mike just ducks down just in time before any major harm can be done to him. Now we're in a bit of a game of peekaboo between Mike and Shenanigans, just dodging in and out of that fuel tank, but no one's able to land a shot just yet.
I am shocked Shenanigans went for that repeat. Thunder was shooting at him the whole time. Mix finds Captain Soda for the final kill, and Globochem put their 3rd point on the board. They are running away with this group stage right now. But keep this up and take this map. That'll be 3 4-point map. I mean, SMC need at least a point here on the board.
And at the rate they're going, talking about like the big picture here.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, I mentioned this last game. Whoever wins on this stage goes against Silent Purge, and whoever gets second here goes against beginners. Now, I'm not saying Silent Purge is an easy team. They are not in any means whatsoever. But if I had to choose between Silent Purge and beginners, I think I would take Silent Purge if I had to face them. And if Globochem are able to secure this whole victory as a whole, as definitively as they are right now, they'll go just against Silent Purge, and that's going to be a nightmare for them next week.
Time getting taken between rounds here as SMC try and prep for their Marsoc push. They've lost one already to boss fight, and I'm very curious how the boss fight Blaze set's going over there. It actually looks like, spoiler alert, Blaze is leading 3-0 over there, so that's exactly what Blaze need to do. They lost 2-0 to Globo. If they can get a 2-0 win against boss fight, that would really throw the rankings into disarray. I don't know where we would be set then, but this is going to be a very close battle for second place, that's for sure. So SMC need to stay in the game here.
Well, speaking of staying in the game, Mike Crook already had 2 of them locked up, but just the dodging from SMC is just
I'm gonna go to the tower first.
held them through on this approach on the north side, but now GlobalCam know that there's going to be a very, very hard push from the north.
Actually, no, I'm gonna go to trench white car.
Okay, probably safe. I saw at least 2, but
And it looks like GlobalCam are rotating to a company that Mike Crook has taken the skeleton building, and now he's going to have a great Overwatch. Thunderpilot able to find Captain Soda straight off the bat. The res can come out, but it's going to be risky at that.
A very solid rotation out of this GlobalChem defense for them to come up here on this north after the callouts from Mike Crook and find a pick like that. Super efficient. And now Mike's positioned here in this 2-story looking for any more action. Can't find the shot on a trip. Sir Lucient with some great shots finds Mike Crook. Thunder's not going to be able to get that res. And it might get him some kills, though. SMC might feel a little overconfident. Huge missed opportunity from Thunder there. None of those shots landing. And Trip's on a rotation that might be successful if he can pick up Thunder. The revive coming in, and SMC now 5v4.
Yeah, and SMC have taken an important little step along the way on this north approach. That skeleton building is just such a nice little place to stage an offense from, and Trip has definitively taken it now as he finds Thunder Pilot, kind of bringing it down into a 5v3. This is SMC's, I think, first major advantage they've had all game.
Yep. At least I know I shot him in the face. I killed one going back towards west.
And the GlobalChem defense now has to condense a bit. Their manpower is falling a little bit short, and that is just not what they want. They need to be able to consolidate the defense if they want to still put up a fight against the 5-man squad. They have the advantage of being able to hunker down into very strong positions, but and it looks like SMC have just let them rotate to wherever they wanted to be. They're not really monitoring the on-objective presence as much.
Smoke out.
Smoke's coming out from Trip. He gets caught out, but luckily both of his utility are out there. First pickup for GloboChem. Landon is just fearless as he charges the plane wing. He's able to call that out, but the member of GloboChem in there is just hunkered down. He wants Landon to come to him. Mixologist is able to find shenanigans. We are at the halfway point. 3 minutes remaining. And Lucian's a little bit tied up in a pretty exposed spot as well. SMC have got GlobalChem pretty locked up.
Yeah, Beep Boop finds Landon on the west. Now it's up to these two in the middle. They got Otto and Mix with eyes on. Solution's also pretty dialed in here, though, and it looks like Landon's going, or excuse me, Soda's going to try and make a rotation here and come up through the center. It's probably his best bet at catching out Mix on this rubble. He just needs to wait for Sir Lucient to sort of draw the attention, take some shots, get everybody's eyes on. I don't know, Soda still hasn't been hurt here.
Yeah, I think The angle's coming out now. Mix is just trying to hold a really weird angle that Captain Soda wouldn't check. That's exactly what happens. Mixologist gets a nice little pick for him. And just like that, it wasn't looking so good for GlobalChem, but the moment that SMC approached the objective, things started shifting in their favor.
All up to Sir Lucient for the final, what could be the final round of map 1 for SMC versus Globo. Beat Boop is right here, just not peeking up high enough, and Sir Lucient is able to stay slightly, I mean, he's going undetected right now. He's slowly sneaking through this defense. If he keeps this up, he actually should be able to have a clear path to objective. Oh, not anymore. Auto goes down. Beat Boop's gonna look for it.
It's just the angle's not there. Beat Boop has to really expose himself if he wants to find Lucian or go downstairs, but I think he doesn't have to. Mixologist picks that one up. GlobalChem will take map 1 very definitively, 4-0.
They took their Marsoc rounds, they took their Volk rounds, and they didn't let SMC get on the board. The KDs reflective of that victory. Not enough kills coming in from SMC's side. Everyone was a contributor, but they just couldn't find the picks they need. And I mean, it's got to be a little bit demoralizing for SMC. If GlobalChem keeps playing this way, though, I think you can kind of assume that there's just going to be 2-0s for everyone they play, right?
Yeah, they are definitely on fire today. They've been bringing the action, and you know, these other top tier teams, which are extremely good teams, just don't know what to do against them. Well, I think we were talking about this before NightFiree, but
yeah, we were.
SMC have opted to go to cargo to see if they can squeeze out a point. I think this is probably their best chance.
Yeah, you know, Globo did beat Blaze 4-1, and arguably Blaze, I think, are a bit more effective at the hard, fast push. You know, it was pioneered by SMC, but, you know, we didn't talk much about it in the pre-show. These rosters have changed so much since since last season. GlobalChem had some new additions. SMC has been shaken up quite a bit, but they still, you know, both teams still have their old players. It's just, you know, they're not the same teams they used to be. So I am curious if SMC are going to be as effective in these hard pushes as Blaze were. Because Blaze, I mean, they almost had 2 caps here against Globo.
And, you know, you bring up a good point of how these rosters changed. I was just thinking, like, how much SMC has changed ever since I, you know, became a part of the league. And I think only Captain Soda and Landon Jordan are the only original members that I remember, at least, from that era that are still on that team today. And GlobalChem have had their change-ups as well. It's really only Auto, Mix, and Thunder Pilot that are the OG members as well. Plenty of smokes to come out from SMC, heralding that aggressive push, but it looks like they're actually going to pause at the midpoint and wait it out and try to find the picks.
They only threw 2 smokes, so they still have quite a few left, and they've managed to push up into a pretty far forward position. Mixologist has a great angle that should deny any push from happening. C4 gets detonated. Shenanigans somehow gets across. Mix doesn't find a single pick. He goes down. Beat Boop on the backside, however, does get 2. There's no one on objective anymore. Thunder finds that pick out. A double from Beat Boop on the backside. Get the final kill needed. GlobalChem with 2 left alive take the round.
Yeah, Beat Boop was just hanging out in that tunnel, waiting for the confirmation that he knew where SMC were. Once he knew that SMC was starting to make their push up, he just came out of the tunnel. Landon Jordan was lined up right there, and the rest is history. He just walked right through that. And now SMC are going to have to defend against the Globo attack. Now, judging by the Blaze games, while the Globo attacks weren't as, well,
aggressive.
I want to say aggressive or intense, they just, GloboCam like to use the ice pick method. They take very small little, you know, they get the small little things and slowly get the game working in their favor. They don't go for the big, the glamorous, the massive push that SFC would, but they don't even really go for a cap on this objective. They like to shift around and just sweep the defense up.
They're gonna remember that, and they're gonna be paranoid about it from now on.
it's gonna slow them up. Somebody give me your pistol mags.
Popped into a tail end of a discussion there on Globo. Psychological warfare being an element, and I think this is the first time I've heard Globo laugh. Obviously, they're feeling good right now. They've got 3 maps under their belt. They're looking, excuse me, to secure a 4th one, and we'll see if they can do it. SMC on the defense.
You know, a relaxed Globo is something you really don't want to go against, and they don't have to worry about much. They've got 3 maps under the bag. They definitely have the lead in this whole tournament. They can just beat Globo and keep plenty of pre-fire going down there. Solution finds Auto straight off the bat, giving SMC that slight little advantage. The push is coming out from Globo, though, as SMC just do what they do best. They like to rotate around on objective to make sure that no call-out is left the same. Mixologist is able to find Landon Jordan from the back end.
Trips trying to find Thunder, but Thunder's rotated out. He hears Mike Cook on the corner, able to round it and take out the shield, but cost him his life. Solution is the final defender in a 1v, or excuse me, there's a 2v3. They still do have Shenanigans over on the opposite side, looking for the shots onto Beat Boop, who gets himself a double, and GloboChem tack on another point and go up 2-0.
Beat Boop has just been rocking cargo lately. He has, let's see, he has 6 kills to his name against SMC. That's an accomplishment. Very well done. And just, it really comes down to his positioning. He stays quiet during the first parts of the game, slowly works himself into a really nice little angle, and just punishes when the time comes. And now we're going to shift up to the northern side objectives. There's plenty of cheeky little capping spots for SMC to try to take advantage of, but I have a huge knack that GloboChem's not going to make that easy at all. They are leading this round 2-0. SMC, they put up a great fight. They find picks, but it's just not enough, and it's that GloboChem late game. They hold their manpower back. They don't risk them at the start. They try to find a couple picks, and then they push on in when they have that distinct advantage.
Doing a great job here so far. We'll see if they can keep piling on to their lead as they hop into their defensive round for round 3 of map 2 of round 2 of Group B.
Massive push coming out from Landon as the smokes come out, or the re-smokes coming out from GloboChem. They don't want that.
But to say, I think SMC has really pumped the brakes here, sitting back in their spawn, not pushing in hard, not dumping in the smokes. They've shifted up their strategy, and it's a nice adjustment to see because you can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again against GloboChem. You have to be able to throw out multiple strategies that work, and it's definitely what SMC are doing on this offensive round. They're taking it a bit slower, and so far it's worked. They managed to get 2 down, but both have been resable, so no real confirms come in. As I say, that Shenanigans is able to confirm auto, and that's going to be an indicator for them to push. They may think they have 3 down, and so the smokes are out, and the push is coming in.
Yeah, just Shenanigans is holding such a massive angle. The C4! Just Dex, Captain Soda, and Shenanigans. Now Trip has got to find the angle. Mike Crook has got that angle covered, and just like that, SMC Tactical just won. But oh, Landon with the double keeps SMC back in the game.
Triple.
And wow,
celebration from Landon. Yeah, that was. I mean, that was a nade, a rifle kill, and then another rifle kill out of him. A great job to keep his team in it, and that's great to see out of SMC. I love seeing that they shift up their strategy. They don't try and continue to fling themselves at Globochem. Granted, it worked for Blaze. They almost capped twice, but didn't quite get through there, and so. Maybe doing the same thing over again with a little bit extra gusto will work. Obviously not the strategy for SMC as they scoop up a point, get on the board for the first time in this series, and now they're going to try and work a comeback as they go on to the defense.
Yeah, I think Blaze has distinctly helped Globochem warm up for the SMC shenanigans.
Sure.
Not the player, but the actions. I just realized what I said afterwards, and I was like, crap. Oh, and a decent push is going to come up in mid. Globochem, but they're going to do the same thing as well. They're going to just pump the brakes, like you said, hold back. Wait for the aggressive defense from SMC, but they too are taking this with caution. Thunderpilot begins to peek out there. We've seen this game just slow down as both these teams kind of respect each other's aggression. They know how effective it is, and they just don't want to mess with it. Oh no! Beep with the team kill.
Gotta wonder how that happens there. You don't really get that separated from your team on Cargo, but either way, it's good for SMC. A quick frag from Mix evens the score, and we're back into a 4v4.
And playing with Thunderpilot in particular, that guy likes to talk a lot. He'll tell you everything that's going on. If you're on the same team as him, there should be no reason why the battlefield isn't painted as a verbal picture. Capsoda finds Otto. A couple of retaliatory shots coming out as Capsoda also finds Mixologist.
Good job for SMC so far. They're able to shut down this Globochem push, and it's all down to Mike Crook and Beat Boop. Soda's defensive position is going to do a great job of shutting down Globochem right now. Mike can't push forward. Beat Boop has no nades or utility to catch Soda on the other side here, and so it's going to come down to straight gunshot kills, and that's going to be a tough thing to land.
Yeah, both Beep and Mike have to get doubles, and it's Cargo. Anything can happen, but it is definitely a tall order, even for Globochem against SMC. Oh, the rotation comes out from Evolution. He trades with Captain Soda. Now it's all up to Mike Crook, who watched that from the back end. He has the shield, and he's playing it like you should against the top-tier team like this. A little bit more passively than aggressively, since players of this caliber know how to maneuver their way around a shield.
Couple of smokes, a flash up and over. It does, I think, catch out Landon, which allows Mike to stay alive.
The pinch comes in from SMC. Solution's able to get that kill. And they're able to get themselves a second point.
We're all tied up 2-2. Got ourselves a nice little map 2 going on here right now. SMC bouncing back from a tough loss on Quarantine, and on their map pick, they are able to get some points on the board. Gotta wonder if maybe they're gonna, wonder what kind of offensive strat they're gonna bring to this center objective. Caps right now will get them this map win. I think this one's pretty tough to get a cap in, though.
I would actually argue otherwise. Maybe against a team like Globochem, but just that cargo crate capping spot, if you get enough smoke going on there, you can easily find yourself that 2 points right there. So this is definitely SMC's chance to get a one and done and get that code sent. Oh, we had a drop on Globochem's side.
I think it was Auto. Yeah, Auto dropped. So that is not a good feeling when you know that your internet connection may be the cause of your death in this game. And it does affect the mentality of the game as well when your teammates just start dropping in. It's understandable with a one-off, but if it happens again and again, it can really mess with your game. Well, while we wait for Otto to get back into this game, I don't feel like I have to tell you this, but there's some action going on OML 2 as well, or Onward Master League 2. Definitely go ahead and multi-stream that up.
Yep, please do. We got good action across the board. Take a quick look over at ML2. It looks like they're on to Bazaar for map 2 after a whopping 4-0 W from Blaze. And now Boss Fight actually in the lead and pushing objective rather heavily. So we'll see if they can come out on top for at least a second map.
And let us not also forget our wonderful sponsors who make all of this possible. We got Pro2 VR, VR Cover, Rebuff Reality, and Fixed Gaming. And actually, while we're on that note, these sponsors are becoming more and more important because, well, they're the ones giving out the goodies to whoever wins the overall winner of this tournament.
Diving into round 5 of map 2, Globochem on the defense. We'll see if they can properly defend objective as the smokes do come in pretty early onto OBJ. Mike not trying to redirect any of these, and it's going to allow SMC to push up here. There is actually the redirect. 2 smokes getting tossed out of the objective.
And they're tossing them back so they can't be tossed back in. What a strategy. Trip finds Thunderpilot to trade. Now, Beak will be able to find Landon Jordan as he tried to make his approach into the tunnel. He does have shenanigans also to worry about, and he's very conscious about that. Beep's able to find that pick now. Now, SMC Tactical, in their aggression, have gone from 5 down to 2. Rotations are coming out now as the utility has worn off from SMC's advantage, and Globochem definitely have the manpower available to always have eyes on the objective, but Captain Soda is able to find Beep Boop, making that just a little bit easier. He's going to try to peek the little crack in the cargo container. He might be able to see Mike, but Mike dodges right out of the way. Otto does find solution. Now we're into a 1v3. SMC have been on a roll for the previous 2 rounds, and it was going so good, but the momentum is slowly going back into Globochem's favor here. Ooh, the shots from Otto give away his position. Captain Soda is just locked in. But he's playing it by his own rules. He's playing it slow. He doesn't want Otto to hear him. He's making a very risky cross. If one straight peek can identify him, Otto will have that down in a heartbeat. But Captain Soda's got to be extremely quiet going on into this. Oh, the peek from Otto. will secure
Nice.
Global Chem their third round. It's the crouch walking. Everyone thinks that it's super quiet, but it's not. Like these, I know I'm able to hear it at times, but not at that distance. Just the auditory cues that these players latch onto is just incredible. Oh, and on the scoreboard there, you all see it. Beep Boop has gone double digits against SMC Tactical. That's
the prone double kill, you know, super nice pickup there along that tunnel, just waiting for those movements there. And I mean, even Otto's position there, that was exactly the same spot that Mix was in the round before. And to pick up that spot, it seems to be a really nice spot to get to. If you can cross the street without getting shot, tuck yourself in here, you have a great denial of basically your only option is to challenge on that corner by going through the doors that are close to it, or to cross through tunnel. Every other angle can get identified and shot at from that spot. So certainly been an effective means of defending the objective on cargo for Globochem, and I wonder if SMC will copy it or react accordingly as we get down to what could be the final round here for map number 2.
You know, if there was an MVP award that we gave out, I would definitely be considering Beep Boop for this game at least. He's been doing some extremely good work on this map.
Don't waste it this time. Yeah, I accidentally threw a grenade and caught my
A little bit of last minute planning coming out from Globochem as they slowly approach here. They seem very lax. They feel like they got this in the bag.
I mean, even SMC was chuckling and laughing. They're staying loose and just enjoying the good games that they've had today, I'm sure. Nice flash comes out and over. I think that completely blinds 3 of Globochem. That should stop them from an immediate push. But here are the smokes coming out now, and a few of them are getting redirected by the SMC defense. Soda goes with 1 pick. Mix getting scooped up. Mike's looking for some action himself. He's not finding it. Landon's getting a little aggressive over on this side, trying to find out some offensive rotations. He might be able to get Otto here, or at least Beep Boop. He does find their main fragger. Otto's going to come around, finds the refrag, and should be able to get the res on the Beep Boop, so not worthwhile trade, as trades do go down in through the center. Shenanigans trying to find the refrag on to Thunder, can't secure that. SMC Tactical into a 3v3. Shenanigans getting over aggressive, is able to trade with Thunder. Otto goes down, Thunder down in Resible, and it looks like Mike should be able to get that as it gets confirmed by Trip, and now it's a 1v2.
Yeah, and Mike Crook's not bringing the shield this time, so he has to change up his playstyle. He has a full-blown LMG gun, so he has that pre-fire ability and being able to just check corners with pure lead, honestly. And that might be his best option, because SMC have been rotating around a lot on objective. They don't stay in one spot. They like to check as many angles as they can and basically make it a nightmare for people trying to call them out, because once you call out that position, they're already rotated off. Mike is... Oh, the angle is there to be able to spot Solution, but he just rotates away from it just in time. I feel like that's half of Onward, is people just not looking at each other at those moments. Mike's going to toss a smoke. That will kind of give away his position. Oh, it's a flash, actually, so it not really. Couple of shots going off. Those will give away his position, and SMC are pretty locked into the approach that Mike is choosing to take. I think Mike just realizes that now. He rotates next door, trying to force the pick. He's not opting to try to keep the battlefield questionable. He just wants to go for that pick, and that's ultimately how SMC are able to tie it up.
What a weird challenge. Literally shots coming in through the door that you're looking to peek, and he still goes for the peek. I feel like that would be the deterrent, but I guess the counter thought is that because he's shooting in there, he's then going to drop off, re-peek a different angle, and that might be the opportunity to peek that doorway. It just doesn't work out that way, and the trade goes off, and now we're down 3-3 on cargo. SMC on the offense, looking to secure themselves at least one map against Globochem. Blaze wasn't able to do it. SMC fighting for the chance to.
Yeah, they'll be the first one to at least call into question, or not call into question, but to contest Globochem for a point. And like you said, Blaze, they had the opportunity, and we keep mentioning this multiple times. They had 2 on-objective capping opportunities that just didn't go all the way, and SMC they're taking a bit of a different approach. We haven't seen a single cap this game. The defense has just been that strong on both sides, and maybe this could be it. You never know, but it is up in the air who's going to take map 2 right now.
Don't get picked, guys. Don't get picked. Ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, babe.
SMC getting some vocals out there, trying to do a little singing to keep things loose. Need to keep the mind clear and focused as we get down into this the final round, as we're tied up 3-3.
And Lucian is just pushed right on up. And looks like some smokes are going to come out, a little bit of utility. It's going to be a nade. Almost lands perfectly, but just a little skewed to the left there. Lucian's able to find Beep, the powerhouse for Globochem on this, and he's using iron sights. That's another accomplishment on its own, being able to sight that quickly without having something simple like a dot. And using that for that utility is such a huge advantage.
Mike Crook looking for the picks, can't get him. Shenanigans successful in the trade. Meanwhile, Landon charging in, getting himself into a pretty forward position, has an opportunity to really shock Globochem, and they're actually SMC lead 4-3 right now.
Yeah, they have that. Oh, yeah, they have 4-2 now as Trip finds Otto. Mixologist gets a pick back, but Captain Soda quickly responds with finding Thunder Pilot now. Only one member of Globochem remaining. It's Mixologist, and Trip will get that final kill. SMC Tactical, for the first time today, will get a point against Globochem.
Not just a point, a map. They got 4 points. But, I mean, what a great job from SMC to hang in there. They react accordingly after getting a tough couple of round losses at the start. And, I mean, a nice adjustment that ultimately pays off for SMC. They get themselves a map. They keep their record 2-2, and I think they're really still in contention for that second place in the round robin. With that, I think we're going to take a brief pause in the action here, allow us to collect our thoughts after a great couple of matches, and get ready for the final round of Group B. Over here on Master League 1, we're going to have SMC Tactical versus Blaze. And it looks like, at the moment, Boss Fight is leading in that second map. Over on Master League 2, which I do recommend you go check out to see if they're live right now. Get that action into your bloodstream, and then, you know, I don't know where you're going to want to sit for round 3. Boss Fight and Globochem and SMC versus Blaze, both matches are going to be pretty dang important for these teams. So, very curious to see how things shake out for that final round. I think both games are going to matter, Todd.
Oh yeah, I think as we go into these final rounds, it's going to be so important, and the pressure is going to be there on both of these teams, and it's going to be a huge pleasure just to watch, let alone cast.
With that, we will take our brief intermission here. Don't go anywhere. More VRML Group B action coming at you in just a few minutes. We're not discussing pick bans. We're not discussing where SMC Blaze are going to be lining up for this season. We are diving right into the gameplay. Both of these squads, despite just playing 4 maps, are dying to get into the action and figuring out where they're going to land at the end of the day. Todd, I guess you could go over bans. Well, we'll wait until between rounds to do that because the action is going to be quick.
Subway, SMC ban downfall.
Or we won't wait. He'll just yell over the action. Smokes are in. Teams are advancing forward. SMC Tactical positioning themselves to get ready for the push, but Blaze is definitely sitting on the back line waiting for it to happen. No early aggression from the Blaze defense.
Yeah, they're just hunkering in there. They know SMC could get just as aggressive as the Blaze men can. Oh, and a couple good nades come out, but they just land a little too far to really be effective. A couple flashes go out. Shenanigans makes his way on in. He gets spotted by Noman, but Noman has to retreat because he knows that his angle's being watched. Now they go into a battle there. Shenanigans finds Noman, but he easily gets picked out by Silent. A little bit more pre-fire going down there. Won't be able to land on anybody that is coming from Zero as he is just trying to make sure that that lane is shut down.
Landon's managed to tuck himself in through the center here. Verds doesn't have a shot. He can't shoot through both of those grates, even if he sees Landon here on the other side, and I don't think he sees him, so Landon should stay safe. Squigukin is effectively smoked out there. A nice smoke deployed right into his face. Landon looking for the pick onto Silent. Can't find those shots. The repeat there, not successful. It's a great pickup from Landon to take down that far side. Opens up a point of entry for SMC.
Yeah, it really falls now onto Birds from Zero to just try to hold the objective. They also have... Ooh, Lucian finds Birds. That goes down. Objective's a lot more open. Zero comes in for the refrag. Is able to find that one, but now Landon Jordan identifies Zero's position. He has the option of running to the objective or taking out Zero. He's going to go for the pick. Now he's in the objective area. He can cap. I think he has to memorize the code, so he's retreating back. No, Squigukin's coming there. He's just going there for having some kind of strategic advantage, but Squigukin is just... he's in a good spot, but he has to watch many angles. He doesn't know that Landon is right there, and now Landon is going to go for the sneaky pick. Well, he doesn't have to in the end. Captain Soda's able to save Landon's life, and SMC will take the first point.
Pretty key start for SMC. I think, you know, now we can go over bans real quick. Todd, hit us with them again.
Oh, yeah. So Blaze have banned Subway. And SMC, newsflash, what else have they banned? It's Downfall. I think we've only seen SMC play Downfall in season play once, and it was surprisingly on cast like last season. I think it was actually like Trip's first game on the team, and for some reason they just felt like playing it, but they've gone back to their old habits now.
And as a quick recap, in round 1, we had Globochem going up 2-0 against Blaze, SMC going 1-1 against Boss Fight. In round 2, Globochem going 1-1 and Boss Fight and Blaze going 1-1. So the overall scoreline right now is Boss Fight and Blaze are essentially tied for points scored. And if we go with the continuing trend of Globochem, well, I suppose if Globochem lose one, win one, and SMC lose one, win one, things could be pretty interesting. It'll come down to rounds 1, and then I think it goes down to, you know, there's multiple layers that will determine the tiebreaker here, but we very well could find ourselves in a position where SMC are tied with Boss Fight competing for this round robin, and that's certainly the situation right now. And I think Blaze are really just playing spoiler at this point. I don't necessarily know if they have an opportunity unless they go 2-0. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of what ifs. There's a lot of...
You're bringing way too much math.
Yep.
But we got some Onward to cast here. Plenty of smokes coming out from the Blaze crew as they make a very aggressive push-up. Silent Knight is rounding the corner, trades with Captain Soda. Both of them are reservoir, with Trip's going to be able to get to that one first. Landon Jordan's able to find Zero, and the counter on Silent happens. Solution's able to find Birds, and the res on the Captain Soda also comes up. SMC Tactical are up to a 5-man squad. Blaze are just 2. Keep in mind, this is the objective that Blaze were able to find themselves on objective with against Global Chem, and someone's going to try to do just that as he tried to make his way down, but Landon Jordan's able to pick that one up. Now only one member of Blaze left. It's Squigookin, and he's going for a different approach on this one. He's going to go through the tunnel, try to work his way around.
Could you imagine if he had done this earlier while all the commotion was being drawn on objective? There's literally no coverage on the backside here. Only now are they starting to sort of shift their focus here. But if Squigookin was here 30 seconds ago, he could have seriously threatened the objective. He could have been behind the entire SMC defense, because what SMC did was they countered aggression with aggression. They pushed up into that smoke. Landon charged through the smoke and found some pretty exposed offensive attackers there from Blaze, and so a nice counter bit of aggression does get them into a very good position to potentially take this second round and go up 2-0.
And Lucian and Squigookin are right next to each other. The question is Squigookin aware of Lucian's position? No, Lucian isn't aware of Squigookin's position. The Gook makes pretty easy work of that. And there's actually 2 members of SMC who are on the flank right now. They are closing in on Squig's position as we speak. The visual is there. The trade happens between him and Landon Jordan. But SMC, through sheer manpower, will take that win. A very nice little counter flank coming in from SMC Tactical, as they are able to successfully identify Squigookin's position. And they did have the manpower to be able to rotate people off of the objective, because they did have good kill counts. Now, Blaze are in a little bit of conundrum. SMC Tactical already have 2 points on them, and this is one of Blaze's stronger maps. Granted, it's also one of SMC's stronger maps as well, so we could just see who's really stronger on this map, but map 2 could be a bit of a different story if Blaze choose correctly.
It was a good... I mean, what Blaze tried to do was exactly what we saw them do with Globochem to success. And, you know, I think what went wrong there is they just didn't get the smokes to lay in their favor, right? They just didn't get the right utility out there. And then, obviously, the counter-aggression, unsuspected from Blaze there, catches them off guard. And now, with a 2-0 lead, SMC are looking at a potential... an opportunity to get a cap here and secure themselves a map 1.
Smoke's coming out from SMC and Blaze. You know, it looks like actually SMC are going to opt to use as minimal amount of utility as possible, probably saving it for when they get a little bit closer to the objective, trying to smoke further back and maybe pressuring Blaze to have to rotate back.
SMC is now down 1. Landon got picked up right at the start of the round, so a nice early lead for this Blaze team. Nade's coming in.
The nade finds shenanigans. Wow, the res can come out from Lucian.
Another one!
No, another one! It's raining nades.
No confirms, though. These are going to be 2 easy reses. Soda and Shenanigans both able to get picked up. No over-aggression from Blaze to secure these kills.
Another nade. These trick shots at the nades. Trip finds 0, and now Lucian's peeking in and out. Is able to find Verts. We're into a 3v3 now. Oh no! Trip team
Wow.
killed.
Blasted shenanigans in the chaos. Another one going down in the center. Trip applying the pressure on the side. Squigukin hears footsteps, tucks himself in just a bit and waits for this cross. Trip also hears those footsteps and radios in that information to his teammate, Captain Soda. It is a 2v2 now.
Trip deploys a smoke in order to be able to cover his cross, and it's actually really good smoke. It completely blocks off that lane. If Squigukin was watching his angle that he was before, he could have been able to find Trip, but I think Trip's aware of his position as well. Utility is coming out now. Noman finds Captain Soda. Trip finds Squigukin. As Squig tried to rotate out, that res can come out, but Trip doesn't confront it.
Wow. What a great move there from Trip. Grabs himself a really nice tactical double, peeks the corner, gets one, finds his shots on to Noman. SMC now go up 3-0 on map 1. They're looking to tack on another point here, and it's going to be a lot of pressure on Boss Fight right now. If this keeps going, if this trend continues, Boss Fight are going to need to secure a round against Globo, and that is not going to be an easy thing to do with how well Globochem has been playing.
Yeah, Globochem has just been on point throughout the day here. They definitely are in this to win this, and they are not making it easy at all for any of these other teams like SMC. SMC, Boss Fight, they have to work for their position, and SMC are looking pretty good right now. They're 3-0 on Blaze right now. They just need one more point, and that's one free point that will help them in their cause. I don't know what's going on the Boss Fight side, but I imagine it's going to be pretty tense over there. Now, we've seen this happen before, but SMC have demonstrated the ability to change up their play style on a dime.
Yeah.
And this could be either a really good thing for Blaze, because maybe slowing it up will allow Blaze to take the extra positions that they need to be able to counter an aggressive push late game from SMC. Or maybe it'll spell disaster for Blaze because they're not expecting it.
We'll see what SMC's defense looks like as we hop into round 4 of map 1. So far, they lead the way in this final round, 3-0. I'm sure Blaze are actually a lot closer to being in the semis than they thought initially, as they are playing pretty dang good. Smokes are out, it's thick. Silent Night gets picked up from Trip. Zero charging in through the center. The smokes not necessarily landing where they need to, but they are getting past lines of sight. Sir Lucian finds one, Shenanigans finds another. Noman somehow has gotten in behind lines. C4 detonates, finds him, and now it's all up to the lone Squigukin.
Oh, the nade is friendly, but
yeah, I saw Trip. Trip got a little over aggressive pushing in there. He gets picked up by a frag. Squig is identified, and now he's trapped.
The friendly nade. There's no way that was intentional, but I think someone accidentally put a little too much juice into that throw. The attempt is there from Soda. Or I'm sorry, from Squigukin, but Soda will shut that down. And SMC Tactical will take map 1.
Pretty solid performance out of SMC. They are looking in pretty good shape right now, taking that Blaze's map of all things 4-0. Now they go into their map pick. Where do you think we're going for map 2?
Oh boy, Blaze I think is going to be a Bazaar pick. They really like their Bazaar. Oh, I'm sorry then. SMC are going to... that's a good question. It's going to be Burbia. Going to be Suburbia.
Subway was on the ban list, so that gets taken off the table. Suburbia still available and does get chosen for our final map of the day. Very interested to see just how well SMC squares up against Blaze here. This is a map that I think we would argue Blaze are still pretty effective on. So I'm curious to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, this is going to be some action-packed content coming out of this game. Both these teams really like to get aggressive on this map. And there's plenty of great objectives. I'm almost sad that it got banned as much as it did from so many top teams, but I understand, you know, it's been played an incredible amount throughout its life in League. It's one of the probably one of the oldest maps in the game. And so, you know, a lot of these players who devote hours and hours and hours of time to this game are just going to get tired of this map. And they don't want anything to do with it anymore.
I'd love to see Blaze's aggression on Suburbia, though. You know, they've really been dumping smokes and charging in. And I think on Suburbia, if you get the right smokes, that sort of strategy does work quite well. You know, a lot of teams end up sitting back, waiting for the push to happen. And if you smoke it out and charge in, you can overwhelm the senses, if you will. And I'm curious if Blaze will be doing that here today. We don't see any subs on either side, so they're bringing in the same roster they just had last map. And SMC, I mean, they're looking good. If they can get 2 wins here onto Blaze, that puts them in prime position to secure that second spot and move on to the semis.
And it used to be that we would have players that specialize in certain maps, but now the meta has kind of shifted over to, well, let's just keep the warmed up players out there.
Yeah.
These guys, you know, they have the experience against this team. They're going to be not fresh. They're going to be ready to go. They're all amped up. They've got that momentum going in their mind, and it's just better to roll with that, I guess. Plenty of shots coming out from Noman as he tries to shut down a cross up by the spawn area, but that doesn't stop SMC. They're able to get into that middle house to be able to set up a nice little defense. Captain Soda begins to make his rotation around. One member of Blaze has already made it to the bus, so that limits what Captain Soda can do.
Blaze are playing it quick, though, just not with their utility. Zero and Silent already in playground. Noman just covering their backside, making sure no one peeks out, and they're getting ready to charge in onto this objective.
Yeah, they've got those viewpoints. Squigoogan is able to find shenanigans. And Landon is just basking himself in the smoke, trying to be able to identify positions. Oh, Birds is having a little bit of trouble trying to find Landon, but he's able to find that one and duck back in just in time. Zero is able to find Captain Soda. Now Blaze have pretty good control over this objective.
Really poor timing for Landon. Looks away on the Verd's angle at the last minute and gets picked up. Zero doing a great job drawing attention here. Now Verd's inside two-story. He's going to be a serious threat. C4s go off. Those won't be able to shut down Squigookin here. And Silent Knight's already moved up to the shrubs. He's ready to apply some pressure onto the back end of objective. Lucian goes down. Trip can't find the shots. He now has to panic and rush downstairs and try and shut down Silent Knight. He can't do it without trading. Blaze are on the board and up 1-0.
What a nice little push from Blaze. They're able to work their way onto the objective by just slowly picking off people, but still bringing that aggression. SMC could not adapt to that kind of a push quick enough. Blaze were just too quick, and they understood the positioning, and they worked off that. They even took out the guy in the garage to facilitate a cap, but when it came down to it, Silent had to fight for his life, and so the cap was not able to come out. Now, Blaze are going to have the monumental task of defending that very same objective against SMC. We haven't seen SMC be as aggressive as Blaze, I want to say, but they still can cause a headache for Blaze in the long run, especially what we saw in Cargo. Beeps are going off. You know what time it is? It is round 2 time. A pretty cheerful Blaze, just having a time of it. Like I said, a lot of these teams up here, while the stress is definitely a thing, it's also just a pretty cool experience just to be able to participate in it. Not many people get this opportunity. You might as well have fun with it while you're doing it. Shots going off immediately. And Verge is just pushing out extremely far. SMC are choosing just to hold back. They're bringing the slow play in the NA. And Lucian, ooh, Verge's able to identify Lucian, but he immediately gets refragged by Captain Soda before he can line up his next target. Now Captain Soda has moved up beyond the playground. He's trying to identify if anyone's inside the middle house, but he thinks that it's clear. The nade is well aimed, but the placement is off.
Furs was just overwhelmed with too many targets there and gets surrounded by SMC. A nice position that could have gotten himself some more kills, but doesn't quite land successfully. Now it's up to the rest of this SMC squad. Trip and Soda over here. Definitely the most forward pushed, but the rest of the SMC hasn't caught up yet, and so it's a bit of a waiting game while everyone pushes in.
Yeah, and Trip's using the full extent of the map just to try to force an angle onto the objective, maybe try to find some picks onto the objective. Captain Soda is able to find Noman. Now the rotations have to come out in order to cover his spot. SMC are definitely using up more of the clock, trying to get to the objective. They're just trying to be a bit more methodical. Yep. It's interesting because we usually attribute SMC to be a bit more on the aggression side of the philosophy. Dukin takes a couple pot shots. His position gets immediately identified, and now he's facing a lot of covering fire coming from Trip and Captain Soda. Silent Night spot gets spotted as well by Shenanigans. And Zero's able to secure the middle house and make sure no one else is able to get up there. His spot is so crucial, but just as I say that, Trip is able to find that position, thus allowing SMC to have a pretty nice cross. Now Trip is working his way around the back of the house. Squigukin is defending from inside the garage, so he might not be able to defend against Trip.
No need to rush this right here. Trip can take it nice and easy, slow walk his way in. Landon and Shenanigans just need to suppress, and Trip's gonna get a cap here. Squig, realizing this, does start to rotate around to the back side, and Trip screams in anger, but he certainly would have been dead if they don't take those shots, so his upsetness not warranted.
I get that, but at the same time, even if Trip went down, like, someone else could have attempted the cap, but I guess Trip just really wanted to be able to have that extra one by his name.
I mean, if you let him go, he gets to the backside of objective, he gets the kills, then he can peek through window, and he has a great half-cover shot onto anybody that tries to approach objective. So I understand having to kill him as he rotates around the backside, and I mean,
yeah, it's definitely the safe play.
You can't really complain much if you're SMC. To tie it up and get back on the board with a Marsoc round of your own is the best answer back to losing a Marsoc round.
Well, now we're going to change up our objectives. We're going to have the tank. And this one's a hard one to defend. It's got plenty of capping spots and kind of in the middle of, you know, the open road where everyone can see. You got to the key to defending this objective in particular is just to stop the lanes. You got to defend the lanes, not the objective itself. And that could be a little challenging at times, especially on a map like this.
So if you're flat earther, does that mean you're not? Because Mormons don't believe in flat earth, right?
Round 3 of map 2 is underway. A little friendly banter on the Blaze side of things. They are feeling good, enjoying their games, and playing it fast here. I'm curious to see if they're going to keep with the foot on the gas pedal as they charge in for their second offensive round.
That's really the key. You just have to keep a positive mental attitude about these games and don't let losses get to you, and you'll be all set. There's a whole mental side of this game, and it is such a huge factor in it all. Lucian gets caught out in an awkward situation as Birds makes a quick rotation in, but he quickly gets refragged by a frag.
Yeah, Verge charged the inside on hearing the pin pull, knew he could get an exposed defender there, finds the kills, and then tries to run away from the nade, but not in time. Noman able to pick up 2. And now the entry comes in. Shenanigans able to deny entry from Verge. Squig flashes up into the 2-story. Kills come in. Noman actually a team kill. Squig finds the final shots in the second floor. Blaze go up 2-1.
Yeah, and for the first time, I think this match, Blaze have the advantage on a map. So this is definitely something good for them to ride off of here. They want to get as many points as they can. I don't know if Blaze are still in the running or not, but having as many points in a tournament like these is definitely huge. And it's also interesting seeing SMC really shift up the play. They've just slowed down the play. It's almost like we're watching an EU team, a stereotypical EU team. I know you're gonna... We've seen a lot of the slow play in the NA, especially from like G-Man and whatnot, but it's it's amazing how that play style has really changed so many of these teams that we used to think were very aggressive teams.
I wonder where things are. I'm trying to figure out how this all works out, right? If Blaze get 1 here, I don't know. It's going to be dependent on how the boss fight Globochem match is going, and right now it is tied on Bazaar. I think Snow Peak was the first map in that series. No, is this the first map? I don't know. I have no idea where that boss fight Globochem matchup is at, but we got action unfolding in front of us here with Blaze and SMC. Blaze on a bit of a run, trying to take a second map here, trying to spoil SMC Tactical's guarantee of being number 2, and they're in a position where they can tack on a 3rd point right now.
We usually talk about things like a Volk advantage, but lately it's been a Marsoc advantage on this map. It shows you how well these teams perform even better on attack than they do on defense. As the aggressive mentality can really be something you can ride off of. Verge is able to find Captain Soda in the first 30 seconds of the match.
Yeah, I think Soda was peeking up a little too high on the slide there, and he got shot right off of it. Nades coming in, trying to confirm him, but it doesn't look like they're going to find any purchase, and Soda should be able to get res here. Instantly shot as he springs up to the top of the swing. Verge quickly picks him up. SMC stay at a disadvantage, and nades come in.
The nade on Trip. It's only a down, but just these bouncing nades are just deadly to SMC right now. Verge finds Shenanigans. We're now into a 2v5. No one can easily clean up that kill from whoever threw that nade.
I think Verge is looking at an ace here if he can get these other 2 kills. He's found 3 so far. He's going to rotate out in through the center. He should have an angle here onto Sir Lucian. Sandbox is keeping them alive there. Sir Lucian finds purchase. Noman finding the confirm on the opposite end. SMC down to 2.
And Birds will not be able to complete that, but Silent Knight will be able to find Landon Jordan. The res can come out from Lucian, but I have a feeling Silent... Oh, no, Silent's not going to wait for that. He thinks that he has a full kill, but Squigooka's going to try to confirm it. Wow. The Lucian's just playing his cards. He's waiting for the aggression from Blaze to come out, but Zero's going to bring that aggression, but Noman's going to flank around and secure that one for Blaze. The first Volk round will go to the Inferno Boys.
They keep piling on to their lead, and now they're up 3-1, ever closer to securing their map pick and at least getting another one on the board. Still think that 2-0 loss at the start is what's really hurting them right now, as I don't believe SMC have experienced that. Managing to take one from Globo is really their saving grace, and I gotta wonder if that's an element right now into why they're losing, right? Maybe SMC feels, I don't know, that's certainly a lot of confidence to assume that boss fight won't be able to take a round from Globo, but maybe that's how they feel and they're not too concerned about winning this map, or maybe they'll turn it on. We saw him, adjust accordingly to losing some rounds against Globochem on Cargo, and I gotta wonder if they'll be able to adjust here and shift the momentum into their favor.
Yeah, in normal situations where the Volk advantage reigns true, we usually see the flip where side on Volk right now would have the 3 points, and we would be like, oh, a cap could easily tie it up, but no, SMC don't have that available to them. They're on defense now, and we've been saying this too. It's been a Marsoc advantage this time. Blaze are running in there with the momentum as well. Just SMC have got a lot of work ahead of them in the next 6 minutes.
And then another 6 minutes after that, and another 6. They got to string together quite a few wins here if they want to get themselves this second map. It is not going to be an easy task, but they do have a relatively easy to defend objective as we hop into round 5.
Yeah, it looks like no pre-fire coming out on this one. Usually we see a lot of pre-fire coming out from both these teams, even from Zero specifically, but he's actually going to opt to pre-fire along the bush lines to make sure that no one pushes out further. Landon Jordan is able to find Noman straight off the get-go. Other shots go off as Sir Lucian just tries to blind fire into the bushes, making sure that no one's coming through the house, kind of covering shenanigans in the process of doing so. But Zero is just pushed up so far on lane 4. He could easily be spotted out by Captain Soda. Verge is just... This has been a game of pre-fire. No one's really made the push outside of the bushes just yet to try to have complete eyes on targets. They're just shooting whatever they think targets are going to be, except until now. Silent Knight's able to find Landon Jordan, bringing it back down to a 4v4. Now Verge is he's beginning to peek around. He's waiting for the aggression of SMC to come, but it is just not coming. SMC are just holding their own ground now, and Zero is beginning to memorize code. He has to find Captain Soda first. He does not find that. Soda will reign victorious in that little battle. More utility coming out from the Blaze guys as Silent Knight begins to loot and begin to toss utility of his own. Nade coming out from Trip as he tries to defend his lane as he rotates back into lane 2.
Might be, it was about to be a team kill from Sir Lucian, but he gets denied by Silence. Shenanigans able to pick up Squigookan, and it is down to these two. Over here on the...
Yeah, they've got a lot of work ahead of them if they want to be able to secure this. 4 minutes remaining. They got the time on their side for now, but 3 members of SMC all hunkered around the objective. It's going to be a challenging one. The rotation is weird from Captain Soda, and Birds picks up on that immediately. Shenanigans!
The team kill.
The team kill! Oh no, he's been doing so good before, but that kill comes in. I think it's payback from an earlier round where Trip team killed Shenanigans, but
He was trying to shoot Verds through the shrubs, and
But this
Trip
could be the
crosses in
deciding
front
factor.
of him.
Shenanigans versus Verds. Verds finds the angle, and Blaze will get a point of their own.
They get a map of their own as they do secure the final point. A good job on the Blaze side to put themselves up another one. And honestly, they're playing spoiler for SMC here. If somehow Boss Fight can manage to get 2 points against Globochem, I think they're going to be in contention for that second place. I think if we do tune over to the Master League 2, yeah, they are still on their first map.
And keep in mind, you're watching the 6-minute delay, so
Yeah, right now Boss Fight's leading that first map 3-1. So they are looking like they're going to take at least one map from Globochem right now. And yeah, I think we're going to be into a tie situation where we're going to have to wait to see how the challenge bracket ends up determining who is second place. Unless, of course, Boss Fight secure another map against Globo, which would be quite a surprise to say the least. Either way, that's going to be it for the action here on Master League 1. I think what we'll do is once we are finished with this, with our final round on Master League 2, we'll converge everyone back here, discuss the Group B as a whole, and sign off with our 2 winners. So if you do want to find out the end results, be sure to tune back into here. We'll go into a brief intermission. And in the meantime, head over to Master League 2 and catch the final round of Group B. Obviously, go to Master League 2 and then come back here, as we'll be covering who our final champions of Group B are. More VRML Season 9 action coming at you. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Group B post show. We're still waiting on those final scores to be reported, but tentatively it's looking like it's going to be a Global Chem and Boss Fight Group B winners. I want to go down the list, get everyone's thoughts on the day, and then we'll wrap it up with our final verdict on who is 1 and 2. Started off with Xandria. What did you think of today's games in Group B?
You know, we got the opportunity to follow all 3 of Boss Fight's matches, and they really all 3 times. And that's about it. You know what I mean?
All right. Boss Fight certainly doing a good job of bringing the action. You know, we had also Control, Flirt, Delete, and Wookiee following that Boss Fight climb through this group stage. I'll start with you, Control, Flirt, Delete. What do you think of today's group stage and how Boss Fight performed?
I mean, I went in alphabetical order, so I knew they were going to pull through. They did good. And the thing was that it was such a toss-up for us on OML 2 because we had SMC playing great. It was a back and forth with Boss Fight. I mean, there were answer backs each time, right? Then you have Blaze coming in, annihilating them on Snow Peak, and it was just such good games today across the board from Boss Fight. They did not waver once, and I think that my co-casters agree. Like we just saw Boss Fight not let anything roll over them. They had high spirits throughout the whole game. You know, even after the team kill, Viper and Radar had a hug after on the next round. So they really kept that group dynamic up and that energy level, because for us on OML2, we only saw Globo in that last game, and they lost to Boss Fight both times. So Boss Fight on our view, just they stuck it out, and they really earned those wins today.
Yeah, and you know, to take 2 maps against Globochem, a team that has gone undefeated, I mean, only lost 1 map the whole season, certainly an impressive achievement. To do it 4-1 and 4-2 accordingly is a very good accomplishment for Boss Fight. They got to be feeling good going into our semifinals, and I'll pass it on to Wookiee. How do you think Boss Fight's going to square off in these semis? They'll be going up against beginners.
Yeah, I think they played so well today that I honestly think that Boss Fight have it in them to, you know, put a lot of damage out there. I mean, Globo just losing 2 rounds in a row to Boss Fight is pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
And I want to say, I mean, part of me wants to say, you know, Globo is kind of like maybe have flubbed it, but on the other hand, Boss Fight just played so well today that I can't just say like, oh, it's a flub by Globo, because I really think that they're going to bring just as much heat into the action on the semis.
I'm still a bit stunned that, you know, I think SMC had an opportunity there against Blaze. They got that first map in pretty dominant fashion, and then they just sort of let Blaze have map 2. They didn't really battle out for that Suburbia map as much, and at least on Master League 1, we saw some great games, some good quality back and forth, and not really any dominating performances. Even Globochem against Blaze in the first set of the day got pretty close for Blaze on Cargo. I'm sure it hurts for them to hear how many times I brought it up, but they were close to securing that Cargo map with some caps. And if anything, Globo's looking kind of weak on Cargo these days. Go with Todd for the final opinion. Todd, what'd you think of the group stage today?
Oh, just absolutely incredible. Had you told me that Boss Fight would just come out of nowhere and come out on top of Globochem in 2 matches, like if that was a regular season game, Boss Fight would have won that. So that's absolutely incredible that just out of nowhere a team like that can pull off something like that. We also saw some really incredible stuff from the other teams like SMC, Blaze, and what have you, and just Globochem as well. Just some amazing plays, different strats, new perspectives on strats, and just overall top tier Onward.
Absolutely top tier Onward. It has been a fantastic day of group play, and I'm excited to see how things shake out for these semis. That will be going on next weekend, so you're going to want to be sure to tune in here just on Master League 1. We'll be going through both semi-groups and then the finals on Sunday of next weekend, so be sure to tune in here for that top tier action, and it's gonna be mostly EU sided. I'm sure the EU fan base is ecstatic right now. They have boss fight, they have beginners, they have silent purge, all advancing to the semis. And Globo, the lone representative of NA, yet again. I mean, I guess they didn't have the opportunity last season, but they do have it this time around, and I'm very curious to see how the semis end up shaking out. You know, and with that, I think we're going to be signing off. Thank you so much to everybody that has tuned in. If you are new to the league, appreciate you stopping by for the best Onward that we can deliver. Make sure to head on over to VRMasterLeague.com/Onward or just VRMasterLeague.com. You can register for your league of choice between Echo Arena, Onward, Pavlov, Contractors, plenty of leagues to participate in. And in addition, you can catch all the streams live over there on VRMasterLeague.com and obviously on our respective Twitch channels. Also a shout out to all of our sponsors: Fixed Gaming, Rebuff Reality, ProTube VR, and VR Cover, offering prizes for our champions, and that's exactly what they'll be competing for next weekend. Up to $1,500 in prizes are going to be delivered to the champions team, and you know, there's a decent bit on the line here. That prize pool slowly grows over the course of a few seasons, and it's gotten to a point now where I certainly think it's something worth competing for. And I know that these teams are going to be excited at an opportunity to really just be crowned number one in the VRML for Season 9. Again, thank you so much to everybody that has tuned in today and stuck around. Thank you so much for all of the bits and subs and follows. We do appreciate all of the support. It goes right back to the casting crew so we can keep delivering you all of this high quality VR Master League action. With that, we'll be signing off. My name's NightFiree with 2 E's. My co-casters, Xandria, TFH with a swear word, Control Flirt Delete, and Wookie with an E. We will see you all next weekend for the semifinals of Season 9 of the Onward VR Master League.